Hello, everybody. Welcome to, I almost said book club. This isn't book club. We're doing reading sprints, and Sam and Richie and Sam's cat are here to hang. And
Unofficial.
we're also buddy reading Such Lovely Skin today.
Oh wait.
Let's go.
All of us having it pulled up. That's a first. Love it. Love to see it when we have it together for once. Fabulous.
I got the audiobook hold and I was like, great, I'm gonna read it. And then you were like, we're gonna do reading sprints, buddy read at the same time. And I'm like, okay, if my hold doesn't expire before then, I'm so down. I've got plenty of time. We're good. But I was so worried. I was like,
that's awesome.
Might not happen.
I do want to say, before we start talking about this, that I do need to let y'all know I read the new Clara Shetsky book, and it is only further impressed upon me that we need to read Chouette, because I just finished Poor Dear. Whoo, sheesh. They're quickly becoming one of my favorite authors.
Okay. Give me a date. I'll put it in my calendar. I'll read it.
Go off.
That could be the next one that we buddy read if you want.
We should.
I'm into it.
I would be down because it's short too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I appreciate that this one feels pretty quick to get through.
Completely other not book related news. I started watching Temptation Island today on Netflix. That's
How's it treating you?
Woof. It is. I don't know why anyone puts themselves through things. It's not really worth reality TV show fame, but what do I know? A man.
Husband spotted.
Well, Sam, I feel you when you said right before we started that your cat's been driving you nuts. Because our cat, let me tell you what, he's really something. He's been howling at 6:30 in the morning every morning for no reason.
My dog does that.
Give him food, give him treats. Just wants to scream. Same with it, like at night when we're going to bed. It's just hollering.
Yeah, this one's twin is like that. Sakura, she likes to just, we call it singing. We pretend she's singing a song to us, but she'll just walk up and down the hall. She doesn't usually come past the hall, and she doesn't go into the rooms very often. So I don't think she understands when we're playing games in the game room that we're in there. She just hears noises, and I don't think she knows how to find us easily. And so she'll just walk up and down screaming at all hours of the day. It doesn't matter.
You're like, great, perf.
Yeah, no, she doesn't know her name either. So you call for her and she doesn't get it.
Oh no.
They're not smart cats, which is why they stay inside. But yeah.
Brutal. Yeah, we've been thinking about
death.
I know. We've been thinking about having Rigby be an indoor-outdoor because I think he wants to go kill something. So I'm like, sure, go do what you need to do. But he's never been outside. So I'm like, well, I got him a harness so we can start trying to take him outside. But
you could also get one of those little the mesh kind of net things and let him kind of, follow his little obstacle course, get used to being out there.
That makes a lot more sense. My brain was literally like, yeah, a stroller.
I've seen those too, but I don't know if I'm ready for that level of cat mom. You know what I mean?
I'm not there yet either. We attempted once to take our cats on harnesses, and they did not like it. So we were like, okay, fine.
Yeah, my cat hates the harness, but I also think Rigby's young enough because I started my cat on the harness when she was 15, and she was like, we're good on that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, I don't need to go outside.
Yeah, I tried it with the little one Nellie the other day, and she got so pissed at me. I got it on her, wrangled her in there, and then she flopped over on her side, legs straight out, and just hissed at me. It wouldn't stand up. And I was like, well, you're a lost cause, I guess.
Oh, no.
She's a drama queen, and good for her.
I was like, wow, girl, drama much? I give her treats the whole time, too. Cat, Gogurt, and the whole thing. And she was just like, you're awful. Get away from me. I hate you.
Obsessed with you calling it cat Gogurt. Deeply into that.
The fact that they don't call it that is incorrect, actually. That's what it is.
Petition tomorrow. Gotta get this changed.
Also, I have a bunch of books I got from the library yesterday, and I'm really excited about them. And I wanted to show you guys one of them because it's a new YA horror, and it's called The Dark Becomes Her. Listen, it's gonna have the glare, but look at this cover, bro.
Ooh. Ooh.
Hello?
What are those monkey things?
I don't know.
Screaming on a cover. That's sick.
Yeah, it's so sick. Anyways, and look at the back. It has like a whole back art piece.
Okay.
Sick. So I'm excited about that. So I need to read that soon too.
I've read 7 books this month, guys.
Dude, what else have you been reading?
Well, I read all 5 of the Hunger Games books. And then I read Poor Dear. And then I also read Jack Kerouac and William Burroughs wrote a book in the 40s called And the Hippos Were Boiled in Their Tanks. And it's about, like,
what a
their
title.
friend, like, murdered someone. And so it's, like, one of those, like, fictionalized accounts of, like, their friend killing someone. And they couldn't get it published back in the 40s. And so they, like, showed it to their friend who killed someone, and he was like, hey, if you could, like, hold off till I'm dead, that'd be sick, actually, if you could not just, like, put my business out there like that. So it wasn't published until, like, 2008. And it was really good. It was really, really good. Damn, I try not to be a true crime girly, but,
they wrote the whole thing, and then we're like, yeah, King, we'll just wait till you're dead to put it out. We don't really want to air your dirty laundry like that.
I mean, he was like, he had been like arrested, so it wasn't like they were, because they already had both been arrested for like as accessories after the fact because they knew for a full day and then didn't tell the police. And so they both got arrested as accessories. And so after they got out, they were like, we're going to write about this. And then they wrote a book about it. And then their friend was like, hey, that's cool and all, but like I've been convicted and I'm like currently in a sanitarium, so if we could like chill. And they were like, all right.
I guess.
But they did send it to publishers first. Like it was only when it got rejected by publishers that they were like, all right, I guess we won't try again.
And he's like, thanks.
His other best friend was Allen Ginsberg, who also wrote a novella about the murder and turned it in as a creative writing assignment at Columbia. And I gotta be honest, listen, I don't support murder. Controversial take here, but I don't support murder. But if I murdered someone and my 3 best friends all wrote a book about it, I'd be like, can we... Hey, what's up?
I think the worst part is, like, your friends are profiting off of your crime because you legally cannot profit off of your own crime. And so you don't get to see the benefits. You're like, yeah, okay, just like make all the money, I guess.
Yeah, it was wild.
That is wild. It sounds good though. Interesting.
Yeah, it was really good.
Also, what's with the title?
Oh, while they were writing it, William Burroughs heard a like a radio bulletin that was talking about like a circus fire that happened, and they were talking about how this fire like burned down this circus, and they said and the hippos were boiled in their tanks, and William Burroughs was like, now that's a title, babes. So
damn.
Well, I'm processing a lot of information.
Yeah, extremely gruesome, but also like it did get y'all. Like I said that was the title, and you were like, okay, like we're seated, so I guess it
Granted,
worked.
I've also read The River Has Teeth, which is like a revision of history where I think it was like Abraham Lincoln or some stupid president was like, let's bring hippos from Africa and make them a food source in America. Yeah. And this is like, what if that actually happened and how bad of an idea that was? So I get it. Hippos are scary.
Yeah.
What a title.
Hippos are scary, dude.
Yeah.
Crazy that they're an animal we think are cute, because nah, I'm every time I go to the zoo and I see a hippo, I'm like, all right, everybody calm down.
Also, Richie, we have to address your name again today. Such lovely Rich. You really...
It's a stretch, I'm not gonna lie. I went back and forth. I was like, well, such has the CH, so it was rich, lovely skin for a bit, and then I was like, I hate that. That's not it.
No,
so
no.
Yeah, so I think this is the best we're gonna do.
No, I like it. I think you're really thoughtful about it every time, and I really appreciate the.
Yeah, see, if I did it, it would be Sam's lovely skin, and it would make a little bit more sense.
See, true. See, here's the problem: is that next month it's Verity, which is gonna be real hard. And then it's
Or
also
Mantis.
or Mantis, which is also not gonna hit. Like, I'm
What
fighting for
about
my life next.
very rich Mantis?
Yeah, very Richie is probably what we're gonna end up with.
Mantis.
Okay.
But
really
yeah, so.
Well, appreciate how thoughtful you always are about what your name's gonna be on the live. Oh my god. Well, should we do a sprint?
Yeah. Let's
I guess that's kind of what we're here to do, is it not?
Reading
How long do we want to go for? I guess is the question. 30? 45? Neither of those?
Literally whatever you say. I will do it.
Let's do 45. Let's like get into this guy.
Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
I have the audiobook, so I feel like I'll actually keep up with your guys' reading speed. It'll be great.
Oh, Sam says that like I'm a really fast reader when I'm fully not at all.
I'm like a really slow reader. So.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen.
We can do like things.
I got like a thing.
I haven't done sprints in so long.
Yeah, it has been a minute. Cute.
That's cute.
I think I just won my taxes.
Oh yeah?
I just switched from TurboTax to H&R Block.
Okay, I already have thoughts about this book.
Okay. I picked it. It's on Kindle Unlimited for anybody watching and curious. So I picked it up on Kindle Unlimited to read along.
I do need to ask how far y'all are, because I kind of hauled ass, and I want to make sure that I'm not talking about stuff.
Nobody
I'm
reads
halfway
guys.
through chapter 7 right now, so...
Oh my god.
I know.
Okay, I'm on chapter 5, page 56 on the Kindle edition.
Great.
Jeez, Richie, you
She's
were
talking
not
to her parents about, and they're having kiwi. That's where I'm at.
Beautiful. Okay. Cool.
Okay, I guess I'll listen at 2.75 speed from now on.
No,
Right?
you don't have to. Alea, how far are you?
I'm like on chapter 4.
Okay.
Jesus, Richie is such a fast reader. Holy shit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, I gotta get the audio. I gotta go really fast.
I just got into it, bro. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Okay, thoughts on this book so far? Richie, you're making a face. I want to hear what you think.
Okay, listen. I'm liking it so far. The first chapter was like kind of fun. Like, I love when a book like tries to convince you that they know about the thing they're talking about. That always makes me laugh. So the fact that in the first chapter they were like, games like New Vegas, The Sims, I was like, go off, okay. But I am
the whole
liking
time
it.
I'm like, yeah, we're playing Phasmophobia. I get it.
Yeah, heard.
I know.
This honestly kind of reminds me of, there's this middle grade horror called Dark Room. It's by K.R. Alexander that is also about a Twitch streamer who plays a haunted game. And I was like, that's very funny. Like, I'm hoping this one gets a little darker than that, because that was a middle grade horror, but like that kind of made me laugh.
I somehow missed on the cover. I was like, ooh, 2 girls, artsy. I somehow totally missed the gaming controller. I started this and she's immediately like, I'm so depressed, I can't get out of bed, I'm talking about Twitch and video games. And I'm like, wow, it's me and I'm emotional? What's going on? I was not prepared at all.
The only reason I knew it was about gaming, because I also missed that, is because I opened the book to the back and there's a gaming controller in the back too. And I was like, okay, got it.
Yeah, no, and then I like started putting it in my reading tracker and I like read the first 3 things of the synopsis. I'm like, oh. And now I regret looking at the synopsis at all, because it tells me everything that I was like,
oh, who? Yeah, I haven't read the synopsis yet.
Yeah, I know too much info about this stalker. So I'm like, okay.
It's it always kind of roughs me up a little bit when a character has like a much younger sibling, because I also do. So like, hey, that's kind of hitting. Like, that's a little upsetting.
Yeah, trigger warning, child death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's rough.
Yeah, for me it's the millennial cringe. Like, this book will age itself in a couple of years, being like, oof. Like, if your inner dialogue, you say to yourself, WTF.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Feels high school.
A book that name drops as many things as this one, it does sort of pull me out of it, but I also understand, I'm like, if you're going to be writing a book that's about something like Twitch streaming, you kind of have already resigned yourself to it being about pop culture, so like, might as well just go in.
Yeah.
But I don't know what chapter it's in, so if I'm spoiling something, tell me to stop. But when she goes to the party,
Mm-hmm.
and okay, yeah, we got there. When she goes to the party and they're all doing karaoke and they're like, and we sing a Doja Cat song. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, no, once WAP got brought up, I go, oh.
Yeah.
I get it.
I was like, oh, it's gonna be one of those. Okay.
I wonder how old this author is.
Did anybody else find it really weird
young.
when...
She's also Japanese American.
Yes.
If you couldn't tell by, the book itself, but
you couldn't tell by the fact that the character is, and she talks like way too intimately about what that's like for her not to be.
Yeah,
that would be
because
insane.
it's a very, very white cover. Like, the book is just pure white girl. So I was like, oh, okay.
Did anybody else find it weird when she was
She's
like
29.
babysitting her?
She's 29? Okay, so yeah, she's my age.
Oh
Which
boy.
feels okay.
Which completely tracks with her name dropping Doja Cat, but also like MST3K.
Yeah.
Like that feels right in the realm of like what my pop culture references would be. Yeah. Sorry, Alea, you were saying something. I'm sorry. What?
No, you're good. When she's like babysitting her sister and starting to talk about what happened with Riley, and she's like showing her sister the outfits and acting like she's Twitch streaming, like to an audience. The way that she just does it when she's not streaming feels very cringe. The way she's talking,
Yeah, no,
it
she's a
feels
little brain broken. Like the brain rot
That's a very
and the
nice way to
character.
say it. Yeah,
Yeah,
Very real.
Do y'all do that when you're just reading a book by yourself? Just look up at the camera and be like, guys, you'll never believe.
No.
I did that before I started YouTube. When I was like, what? Let's keep in mind, I have been only child, chronically online. So badly online. I would watch so much makeup tutorials, and I would be that girl that was like doing my makeup and be like, all right, everybody, and now I'm going to use this highlighter. Like, I was pretending to be that bitch so hard in middle school. So
listen, as the chronic like used to act and would do my like when I'm on the gate like the talk show, like and you know, I mean it's crazy how no, I can't even talk.
Yeah. So
I do think it's cringe, but I also have to confess.
But also like when I think they're doing a great job of saying this is a child. You're in the head of a high schooler and she's gonna feel, and it doesn't feel like a senior in high school. It feels like freshman, sophomore in high school. Like she can't drive, she's young. Yeah. That's the feels of it, like almost middle school-ish of just being like. It was
very surprising when they said she's starting her senior year. I was like, is she? Oh.
Because that's not how I talked my senior year. Like, but yeah, I think it's a little bit younger, but also doing a good job of being like, hey, remember when you were a kid and you were cringe?
That's true.
I also thought you did embarrassing things you're now admitting on the internet.
Yeah. I thought it was weird too when she was talking about like she called her baby sister like a human pupa when she got brought home. Like, I'm an only child and I always wanted a sibling. So like if my parents I joked with my parents that they were gonna have a kid when I went to college and I was still game for it then. I would never have been like, ew, you're having a human pupa. What are you?
No, I think that would have been me. I think if my mom was like, yes, I'm having another kid with your stepdad, I'd be like, I'm moving out and I'm burning the house down as I go. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. Keep in mind, I do have half siblings on my dad's side and step siblings on my stepdad's side. So I think like I've had the taste of siblings, but if it was beyond that, I'd be like, no, I'm not doing this.
I mean, I did have my parents when they were 42. They were like, surprise. But I also like had they're alive. They're fine. I have a sister who's 3.5 years younger than me too. So like I already had a sibling in the house when they announced that there was going to be another sibling. And so there was a part of me that's like, damn, a baby in my place my junior year, dude, sick. Thanks for that one. But I also was kind of like, whatever, I already have a sister, so we're fine. Okay, chill. Me getting outed. I have like the loudest alarm ever because otherwise I get too caught up in reading. So I literally have like Megalovania from the fucking Undertale soundtrack as my alarm on these. And it just went off, so we love that.
So fair. So fair.
I don't know. I think this character is like not very likable, but in a way that like still makes for an interesting protagonist. Like not in a way that I like don't want to keep reading, which I think is a very hard balance to strike.
Here's the thing: would I like her more if she played D&D instead of Magic the Gathering? Maybe.
I was thinking the same thing.
Like, wow, what a nerd.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's whoo. Sheesh. Yeah, I like that she plays Magic though. I think that's fun.
Yeah. I think honestly there needs to be more representation of girls playing it, especially. So I'll take it.
And being good at it too.
Yeah, but also
Like that kicks.
Alea, I don't know if you're there yet, but basically we all know of Worm. Big Worm, whatever his name is.
Hobbit Worm.
Yeah. And him just like messaging her on Discord, I'm like,
Yikes.
Here's the thing, like, I have streamer friends. Like, I have friends that play games and stream on Twitch and like have followings. You can't message them. They have that turned off. You can't, unless you're friends, you can't message them.
Yeah. But it also does seem very 16 to like not do that and be like, it's fine. Yeah. It'll be fine.
Friends all over. We're adults. I'm allowed to do this. Different when you're a child.
Yeah.
But it's like also children are going to read this book and then children are going to be like, oh yeah, so I'm going to start streaming on Twitch and then I'm going to be friends with strangers on the internet. And it's like, okay, we're losing stranger danger.
I mean, hopefully it gets bad enough that the kids will read this book and be like, I'm going to be a streamer on Twitch and not talk to strangers on the internet, though. Because it honestly hasn't seemed that great so far, so...
Yeah, I don't think kids should be allowed on Twitch, period. I just don't think that. Like, I know you can be 13 to make an account, but, like, you have to be 18 or older because there's too many stalkers on the internet.
Agreed. Also, why did she pick the game where the person emailed her like 54 times? I would have been like, nothing good is going to come from that. Girl.
The fact that she openly is like, it's probably a virus, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay, queen.
Yeah. No, listen, I love that we already got the title drop in the book. It was like, Such Lovey Skin. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But then she brought it up outside of the game, and I was like, okay, we're beating this a little bit too much now. Like, I don't need to hear it twice this close together in different contexts.
You're like, all right, we already rolled credits. We can't do this again. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is hopefully going to have some fun stuff, but the more I'm reading, the more I'm like, I don't think it's going to be as scary as I want it to be. And I'm realizing it's because I don't care about video games. But I don't know.
I don't think that will be a hindrance to you based on the synopsis.
Heard. Okay.
I don't know how much the gaming is going to take part in it, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be like maybe the full focus. I think it's just a setup.
Definitely in the couple in the chapters y'all are about to get to, there's definitely some stuff that seems to not very much be about video games, which also reminds me very much of a movie that I can't tell you which one because it will be a huge spoiler. So when you guys get a little further, we can talk about how it is almost identical to the plot of a movie that came out like 3 years ago. That was like pretty okay, but so I'm interested to see how closely it continues to follow down the path of that movie.
It'll be the same. You'll know exactly what's happening. You'll be like, great, thank you.
I will say also, I'm hitting the point in my reading career where like I don't even know if I'm tired of it or if I really have an opinion, but it's just like I've never read a character who's been more obviously a love interest in my life than the obvious love interest introduced in this book.
You don't say. No way.
I don't even have anything intelligent to say about that. I just like he showed up and it was like word 2 and I was like, so okay, yeah, got it, thank you.
See, it's hilarious because you haven't read the synopsis either.
No.
But I think 3 people get name dropped in the synopsis.
And like, I would bet one of them is him because of course it is. Yeah, I don't know. When a book is like, he's spooky and creepy and nobody likes him, and then he's like normal when you talk to him, it was like, black. Oh. He's wearing all black and he's smoking a cigarette, guys.
Oh my god.
He's like the only one that can maybe relate to my trauma of losing my little sister.
Okay. I feel like also sandy blonde hair. I was like, brother, tell me about those emerald orbs. I cannot do that. We have to retire sandy blonde hair. I'm so hey, if you have sandy blonde hair, I'm so sorry, you're canceled. We can't do it anymore.
Dye your hair immediately.
It's done. It's over.
Sorry, surfer dudes, you gotta go.
Also, he's not even that emo if he's still blonde. Like,
I know.
It's not that serious.
She has blue hair. The gall for her to have blue hair and be like, this weird emo freak. Girl, you have blue hair and talk about how thick your eyeliner is already. Like, you're in... Girl, ooh.
You're a gamer girl. Like, I don't know what you mean.
You're a horror gamer girl with blue hair and thick eyeliner who wears a Bob's Burgers hat, and you're gonna come for this king? Nah.
And she killed the kid. Also, can we talk about how the kid that she's talking shit about, what? For one thing, is still a blonde, so he's not that emo. Is wearing like a black bucket t-shirt, and he didn't even do anything. His dad is the one.
He didn't do anything at all.
He didn't do anything.
No, he's really given Riverdale. Like, he's really given Riverdale.
He's weird. He's a weirdo. You ever see him without this stupid hat on? That's weird.
Yeah, she really posted up on her Twitch stream with these fucking bunny ears and wants to talk shit about somebody else's outfit. Hello?
When she posts up with the bunny ears and then the weirdo old guy is like, that's my favorite hat of yours. Like, the way I would have blocked him. We can't do this.
Not
also,
only that.
To know that he lives in a different state, to know that he's much older, it's given weird.
It sure is. You know what else? It's not even just the bunny ears. She's posted up with the bunny ears in a emotional support python on her neck. Girl, shut up.
Yeah, the reptile thing is when I knew she was going to be weird. Like, that's when I was like, oh, you might have killed her sister. I don't know. Like, this.
I love a snake. I love blue hair. Listen, I'm so down. I'm so with you. It is giving a little not like other girls. It is giving that a little bit. And I think I would be remiss to ignore the fact that, like, I'm sitting here with a rat tail, and I'm still saying this is giving. She's giving not like other girls. She really is, and that's okay, I guess. You know, when you're 17, you gotta like have a personality, I guess, and sometimes that's your personality for like 2 years. But like, we hope for growth for her. Because
the end of the hair, she cuts her hair and dyes it blonde.
Oh my god.
I did appreciate the representation of her being like, if you don't take care of your blue hair, though, it turns into a swamp green mess. Because like that was,
I loved her being like,
that's the truth.
She's doing her eyeliner. She's like, the green gray isn't that bad. My eyeliner is big enough. I'm like, sure, queen.
Heard.
Also, love how she walks into the party and everybody's like looking at her weird because her sister died. I'm like, are they looking at you because you're your sister? Or are they looking at you because you're swamp hair, girl? You've been in your house for 11 weeks. It looks like shit. You probably just look like shit. They didn't even read the news. They're like 17. They don't give a shit. Anyway.
Oh boy.
Ooh, girl.
I don't know. I don't know. There were some things that she said that felt very like this character does feel very true in some ways to being 17, of like having kind of complicated shitty emotions that you kind of vaguely know are shitty but you're still having them. Like I did like the moment where she's talking about how she's jealous of her best friend's boyfriend because
he doesn't nice guy in school.
He's like the only good guy in the school and he doesn't like fetishize her best friend, and so she's like jealous of that. I was like, that's actually kind of like cool. I do like that because that feels very 17 to be jealous that your friend is dating a nice guy. Like,
yeah,
that feels very real.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
It's wild. It's like I'm having a good time.
Oh yeah,
like 20% in. It's easy to read. It's quick. I do like the narrator. I think she's doing a good job. She's also doing a good job of. Since picking up the book on my phone, I'm like, ooh, this is written in a strange way because it's hard to tell who is saying what at sometimes. But I think the narrator's doing a good job of being like, this is a comment on the stream. This is a comment on the stream. This is the game. This is me talking to the stream or to chat or whatever. And I'm like, okay, this is at least flowing well with audio.
I didn't even think about how hard that would be in an audiobook format.
Yeah. But I think she's doing it well. I think she's making it make sense because at first I wasn't reading along and I was just like, I understand what's happening just fine. So
I also think the flashbacks have been paced well, which I think is kind of hard to do.
I think I've just seen the one so far.
Okay, I've read
Maybe
2 at this point.
Okay.
And like, yeah, I think they come at like a relatively natural spot where it doesn't feel like, and now we're gonna stop everything that's good. Like it feels like they're coming at an appropriate pace, which is nice.
This is also her debut.
Yeah.
She has a new release coming out this year later.
I will say I did just read, so I read Poor Dear, and that I really liked it, but one of the things that was kind of hard about it is sort of about like a character who is confessing to a crime that is pretty similar in nature, it seems, to this, of like, I caused the death of someone, but it was accidental and I was a child. But the problem with Poor Dear is they lay out exactly what happened at the beginning of the book. So like the tension from that is kind of like, it's like by chapter 3 you know everything that happened, and then the rest of the book is kind of her dealing with it, which like is interesting and is like, I still really liked the book, but I think it could have added more if they kind of stretched it out. So I am liking, like, right off the back of that, I am liking reading this and being like, okay, there is still some tension building, there is still like, we get enough that we have an idea, but we don't like have the full story yet. I like that a lot.
We're gonna learn more as we go. So there's the tension of what's going on with this potential stalker thing, and then also like, well, what happened?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did she kill her sister? Plot twist. Which just straight murder.
I will say, because Alea, have you read the first flashback yet?
Yes.
Okay. The part in the flashback where her mom is like, promise not to stream for this weekend, and she's like, I'm itching to ignore my toddler sister and go on Twitch, was not relatable to me, to be honest. Also, as someone who was 16 with a baby in my house, I can't think of anything that I cared about less than being distracted from that baby when I was in charge of him. Like, I was so stressed every time my parents were like, we're going out somewhere for 25 minutes. And I was like, oh God, there's a baby and I have to make sure it doesn't die. Like, if I was alone with that baby for 3 days, which also, it seems like it was kind of a ludicrous amount of time that they left her alone with this child. I do want to say, like,
yeah, a 3-year-old
she's
toddler.
blaming herself a lot, but I don't know if anybody should be
17-year-old
leaving a 16-year-old with a toddler for 3 days.
Yeah,
that seems like insane to me.
Especially if, like, I don't know, no training on like CPR and like how to be a proper babysitter, and also like, I don't have siblings, but I can imagine the complex feelings of if you maybe don't want the responsibility of being a parent to a younger sibling, you can have some resentment and be like, I shouldn't have to be a parent. Right. Especially like, you see like the Mormon family documentaries where there's like 15 kids and they're just like, oh, we just keep having more kids. And then the older kids just do all the parenting for us because there's too many. It's like, that's not a good way of living. So
it's not great.
I can understand like some resentment there of being like, I shouldn't have to do this.
I mean, I can say that like my parents weren't big on going out of town and leaving their children alone for the weekend. I know that like, and I'm not, that sounded really judgmental. I actually don't really have a problem with that. If like both your kids are teenagers and you're like, hey, don't burn the house down, work. But like, if I were to leave my toddler with my teenager, which already is kind of a stretch, you're not going to have the neighbor coming checking. You're not going to have another adult like show up on the scene at some point. You just 3 days raw dogging this babysitting event. Like, that seems insane.
I feel like, like you're putting a lot of responsibility on a child.
It's a lot.
Because I was stupid at 16.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I would have. Let's also keep in mind, I didn't know how to hold babies. I cried if anyone was like, Sam, do you want to hold my child? I'd be like, I really don't, actually. I have no desire for this. And when they were like, hold your baby brother, I didn't know how to put him down on the floor, so I just put him on the floor, head. And I was like, sorry, don't give me responsibilities. Like, I can't do that. So if my dream is to be a Twitch star at 16, like, I'd be like, all I want to do is the thing that I'm not allowed to do.
Right.
Yeah.
But also, I would be incredibly stressed around a baby. So I also probably wouldn't do the thing I want to do. Because I'd be terrified.
I also have to say that it does seem crazy to me to leave a kid alone with a baby who seemingly is allergic to the world.
Yeah.
Like, what did they say? It was like wheat, soy, fish, milk. Like, hello? That's insane.
Yeah. That was my first thought. It's like, and she's not even 3. She's like 2 in however many months.
Yeah.
That's a young kid with a lot of food allergy stuff to just be like, bye.
Yeah. Like I did my middle school had teens and tots program. And so there was one adult teacher, a whole lot of kids that were all preschool, like from 2 to 4. And then a bunch of middle schoolers, 7th and 8th grade. And I refused to sit down with a 2-year-old because most of them weren't potty trained. I'm like, I'm not doing that. But I had one kid, Jillian, who was such a spoiled brat. She was like 3 and something. And she was like, I am that bitch, and you're going to give me all of your attention. And I had to deal with her every day of the week. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the sweetest little boy, Ashton, would come in, and I'd take care of him as well. And they were not friends. They could not be further apart from each other in a room. And I somehow had to watch both of them at the same time while 5,000 other kids are running around with other people. Like, that was stressful. But there was so much supervision. You give me that alone at my house, one of them alone at my house, game over.
Well, and here's the thing is, like, even if this child wasn't allergy-ridden, like she's a 13th century peasant and a baby, like,
Yeah.
I used to teach at a daycare, and so I was in the 3-year-old to 5-year-old room. And I was an adult. I was 23. I had a co-teacher in that room. A kid still went into a coma one day. That was the scariest thing that's ever happened in my life. But also, there was absolutely zero I could have done to prevent that. There was nothing I could do. Medical things just happen sometimes. I've seen kids have seizures. I've seen kids have, like, autistic meltdowns. I've seen things just happen sometimes with kids. And it's scary as hell. Even when you're a grown-up, even when you're ostensibly trained for the job, even when you're not the only adult in the room and you're an adult, like, sometimes stuff just goes on. I just can't imagine being like, yeah, sure, we'll leave her.
Yeah.
Like,
Our
okay,
16-year-old's totally got this.
Yeah.
Like, she's so equipped for this.
There's a
Okay, I'm gonna jump in. The thing too is when she was talking in that first flashback, she was like, "Yeah, like this is the first time I've really been around my sister other than dinner." Like, okay, not only is this girl 16, she also is like totally hands off with this baby in the first place. Like, didn't even really want anything to do with her until she started talking. And even then, she only sees her at dinner because she's at school and then streaming, and she doesn't really care about the kid anyways. So, like, why don't leave your kid with somebody who's like also doesn't really care in the first place, or like know the kid well.
Which is probably why the parents seem relatively chill. Like, they're obviously going through grief, but they're like, "Hey, girl, this happened on your watch, and if you need as much time off from school, like, we'll give it to you." Like, they seem relatively not evil parents.
I know the answer to that, though.
Oh, no.
Which is, I don't even know if this is necessarily a spoiler, but
Probably
they
not.
think it's...
We're all 20% in, or less.
They think it's their fault.
Oh.
I don't know exactly the details of why, but she specifically mentions at one point where she's like, they would hate me if they knew that I, like, let them blame themselves for something that was my fault. So whatever she told them, they think it's on them. So that is part of the reason why they're not that impressed.
I do think it's true, is fair, is real. I do think it is their fault. They are the adults.
No, 100% I think it's their fault.
So they should feel bad. They should feel guilty.
But I think it's that, because I think it's pretty early in the book where she's like, my mom, like, doesn't wear buttons on her cardigans anymore or whatever. Her mom, like, lost a button. I think, and this actually isn't confirmed, I haven't read it yet, but I think that they think she lost the button, the kid found the button, the kid choked on the button. And they think that's what happened, and so they, like, blame themselves because they think it was them, and then that's not actually what happened, is kind of the vibe I'm getting.
I feel like an autopsy would have cleared that up so fast, but I don't know how autopsies on child work, but I feel like if your 16-year-old was alone with a kid, they'd be like, yeah, we want to find out what happened.
Yeah.
Was it rat poisoning? Like, what was it? I don't plan to be one. Who knows?
But I also do think that even if it wasn't the button, it is their fault because they're the parents. So, like,
yep, you still decided to make the conscious decision to put your older teenage child who's not a parent and has no experience parenting.
Right, still should have hired a babysitter who's like CPR certified and whatever.
Yeah.
Plus, they have money. Didn't she say they have?
Her dad like owns a business.
Yeah.
He does
So.
Yeah.
Which I do want some clarification. So between the span of the Riley dying and where they are now, he lost his job because they were taking time off and grieving and paying for this expensive funeral. Yeah. And now he's an HVAC worker. And he just is fine. Like, he got a job again, no problem. Or he owns a business, no problem.
He didn't lose his job. I think he just lost a lot of business because he owns the business and he wasn't taking on jobs. Like, I don't think he lost his full job. So I think the HVAC business is just the one he owns.
I'm like in the middle of that chapter where they're all talking. So
I honestly don't know for sure, but I think that is what's happening.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. But I am liking
shit we've talked. It's good.
Yeah. It's good in the fact that we're already sitting there being like, well, I think this is going on. Well, what do you think is going on? It's like a good sign.
I want to talk about it so bad, but because you don't know, I'm not going to say anything. But what are your ideas on the stalker? You got two options. Who do you think?
I think I'm far enough in the book that I
you figured it out.
It is.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure how long this until it's the third paragraph of the synopsis. I'm like, how long until that really starts to take shape? Or is it going to be like an annoyingly drawn out situation where it's like, who knows?
Yeah, no. I mean, she doesn't seem to know what it is, but I know what it is.
I don't think she'll know for a hot minute. I don't think she's that bright.
Yeah, no, I'm reading I don't know if it's the same one, but I'm reading the synopsis on the inside, and yes, we have gotten to that part by chapter 7.
Okay, cool.
So you guys are coming up quick on it, and then we can talk
Hints
about
have been dropped, and so I'm like, it seems obvious to the reader, but because I knew the synopsis, I was like, I don't know if this is adding extra tension to somebody who hasn't read the synopsis, or if it's like, oh, my clothes have disappeared. Who could it possibly be?
Yeah, I feel like I clocked on pretty quick, but I also feel like I'm a little jaded because I watch a lot of this very specific kind of horror. So at this point I do kind of just know the signs. I'm kind of tuned in.
Have you read The Last to Leave the Room by Caitlin Starling?
No.
It is a sci-fi horror, but has a very slight similar, I'm going to call it a trope, because I don't know, it's not like a twist or anything, it's what the book is, but for viewers who might be like, I don't know what's going on with such lovely skin, I don't want to give away the stalker or whatever. I'm sure as these sprints progress, we're going to start full spoiling. So, sorry.
I do want to ask Alea, what do you think is going on?
I don't quite know yet, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the stalker thing. I kind of just want to hear about what happened with the kid and how she died.
I don't really care about Ash being a stalker and stealing this girl's clothes from her closet. I actually kind of want to know what's going on with the baby.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's another child going through an emo phase. His dad's in jail. He's got some shit going on. He needs some therapy. True. But what about the kid though? But the kid's dead. So what's the tea? Also, last page. So stupid that she was like, let me just send 8 paragraphs about exactly how my sister died to this online game that sent me 54 emails. Are you the dumbest bitch alive? Make it smarter than you. Get off of Twitch. I can't. Girl.
It did kind of remind me of, and I guess spoilers for this game if anyone hasn't played it and wants to, but in Doki Doki Literature Club, at the end of that game, there's a point where the one of the characters in it is like, yeah, and then says whatever name you put in as your name in the game. So they're like, yeah, Deborah, or should I say, and then they say your Steam name, your Steam username, which I think is very fun, but it is kind of giving that. Where it's they can games can get into your shit now. That's already been well established for years. That game came out in 2013 or some shit like that. I don't know that I would just be dropping murder confessions into games at this point in my career, but
yeah, probably not. But hey, what do I know?
Go off. Also, her being surprised where she's like, wow, I guess that, like, they can just, like, change it through playthroughs. Like, Bethesda doesn't even have... It's like, well, yeah, girl, that's been happening. Like, Undertale did that. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah. It's wild to be like, in this day and age of AI, you could never change a video game. You could never change the script.
Doesn't happen.
Like, okay. Totally.
I don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out what happens to that baby.
You know, I'd love to know. As much as I care about the stalker and all of her teenage bullshit, and her talking to herself with her bunny ears
want to
on,
know who's the kid? I think the teen drama is what this book is all about. I don't think we're gonna get an answer to the baby. I don't think we're gonna find out.
I'm a little worried the baby's gonna be something stupid. Can I say that? I'm really worried it's going to be something that's, like, obviously not her fault. And I would love for it to be super her fault, actually. I love a character that sucks. I love a character that actually does something bad. I feel like, Yes.
My brain just went, I know what the plot is.
Sam is trying to keep the secret so hard.
Sam rebooted. What happened?
Sam's fighting for trying to keep shit on the DL, and it's not working.
Well, my brain just went, oh no, it was the stalker.
That would be a twist. That would be iconic if the stalker killed the baby. She's already had the stalker.
It's been there forever.
Oh my god. No, you know what would actually be really iconic is if the stalker just, like, fed the baby fucking wheat toast and that's what took her out, and that's the whole thing. It was totally like he fed her a fucking food allergy thing that wasn't in her food drawer, and then that's what happened. That was the whole thing.
That's what I'm worried about, though, is the twist is gonna be like, and she drank a sip of my real milk and died, and it's gonna be like, girl, like, come on.
God.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of, so I don't know if you read these books or watched this show, but Pretty Little Liars. There was a spin-off show called Pretty Little Liars Original Sin, and all of the main characters in that show, they're kind of, for some reason, really, really scared to make them bad people. Where, like, they introduce one of the main characters, and they're like, she and her best friend broke up because she kissed her best friend's boyfriend at a party. And then, like, 3 episodes later, they're like, just kidding, she actually didn't do that, because she would never do that, because she's our protagonist. And it's like, meanwhile,
really
in Pretty Little Liars, the titular liars are, like, killing people. Like, they're awful people. And it's so much more interesting, and it's so much more compelling. We get introduced to one of the main characters in Pretty Little Liars as she's, like, stealing from a store because she's a kleptomaniac. Like, they're awful. And it makes it way more intriguing. Not to say that Original Sin is a bad show, necessarily, because it's, like, pretty fun, but, like, I don't know why they're so scared to make their characters bad.
I think morally gray is kind of
love,
dying.
especially in a teen horror, make them suck. Like, just make them suck.
No,
I don't care.
There was no better thing of being like, and they all caused Jenna to go blind. And you're like, holy shit, these people deserve maybe what's happening. Like, that's crazy. And yeah,
because
I
then
do
it gives,
think
like, it gives you maybe not even like a Schadenfreude, but like it gives, like, you understand why they're the ones getting picked for this. Whereas in Original Sin, kind of the only excuse they have is like, well, their moms were kind of bitchy, so now they get to die. And it's
their
like,
moms bullied a girl once, and that girl died.
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and then in the show once, I watched a lot they're like, they all knew that their friend disappeared and didn't tell the cops, and they're also kleptomaniacs, and one of them has an evil twin, and they all made a girl go blind, and you're like, okay, yeah, so, like, these seem like the kind of girls who would have a stalker who's like, I know your secrets, and they could actually damage you. Meanwhile, in Original Sin, they're like, I know your secret, and the secret is like, you had surgery for scoliosis once. But it's like, that's
pregnant,
not, girl, what?
Yeah, no, the one girl that's pregnant, and, like, that's her, like, whole personality is just, she's pregnant. It's like, okay, we all know.
Yeah. Well, and then I guess spoilers for this, too, but, like, she's pregnant, and it's not, like, she didn't even have, she got assaulted. Because everybody in the Pretty Little Liars series gets assaulted.
Because you can't have sex for fun. But, like, if it's for fun, you're gonna die.
That's the thing, is, like, it's not even like she just fucked. Like, she's not, and, like, I don't care about premarital sex, but I'm like, at least that's, like, reasonably, in a narrative sense, a sin that one could be punished for, but they can't even make her do that. They're like, no, she would never. Actually,
Never.
actually, it wasn't her fault. How dare you think she'd do something bad? Girl, she's teen pregnant. Can we just make her teen pregnant? What's happening?
Yeah. What's also funny is the same writer who wrote Riverdale. But Riverdale, it's like this 16-year-old owns a speakeasy. Like she owns a bar. She's
Riverdale
a child,
is like, let's
she
watch
owns
this
a bar.
teenager strip in front of a bunch of adult men to Mad World.
Yeah, and it's just like, why did we go from absolutely wild stuff for teens, and now everything's just bland?
Yeah.
Like, I know that I'm not like that demographic anymore. I know that I'm not a teenager, but I love feeling that nostalgic. Like, oh my god, in Such Lovely Skin, when she was like talking to her friend Brie, and they were like, why don't do you ever play video games for fun anymore, not for like content, not for streaming? And that's relatable topic for readers too, but I was just like, god, I remember sitting in my garage with my stepsister. Like, we would use a foldable table as like our base to do a little fort in the garage, and we'd be in our little laptops on our stomach, and we'd just be playing games all night. We'd bully people on Facebook to give us their passwords so that we could steal their Yoville shit. Like, we were menaces.
I'm saying. Like,
and so I was like, yeah, nostalgia. I love it.
Yeah. And the few moments that we do get of her actually kind of being terrible, I know they're going to walk back instantly because they've all had to do with Ash so far. At the party, when she was like, yeah, Ash stole a possum and stuffed it in his bag for his satanic rituals. And then she was like, okay, I didn't actually see him put it in his bag, and I actually don't know what it was for. And also, he just picked it up, and also that was like a year ago, but whatever. Like, that's what I want. Tell a lie. Make someone look terrible for no reason. Be a little bit of a bitch. But I know they're going to walk it back, and then she's going to be like, actually, I was wrong. Bullying people isn't the answer. Girl, stop.
Yeah.
Just
also,
stop.
I just bought a Squishmallow that is a possum. That's my contribution. It's green. I'm so happy.
Wait, it's a green possum?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, now I need to look it up.
It's so cute. I don't know what his name is.
Okay, also, I have so many feelings about Squishmallows because I have 2 of them now because I'm a fucking child. No, it's because
do you know what you're talking to? I was raised on Webkins. I will never change.
Me too. Oh my god, it's bad.
The way I was talking about
my mom's
Webkins
name is
yesterday.
Wendy.
Guys, my friend told me I should cosplay as Artifact from Webkins, and I was like, honestly.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah.
That's,
maybe we
if
do
I
a
ever do a
Halloween stream
Comic-Con.
and I'm Artifact. Find your Webkins character now. We'll go as Webkins characters for a Halloween stream.
I love that.
Yes.
I love that so much. It's the way that Webkins shaped my whole experience on this on this planet. And it wasn't until like they were like, yeah, you have to like have a paid subscription, and I was like, all right, and I'm too old for this now. I do still have all of those Webkins. They're at my mom's house.
You're so real for that. Who's the teacher? Oh my god, she's like a duck, and she's
no, I think you're thinking of the dog.
Alea. The glare is terrible, but Miss Birdie from Webkins.
Yeah,
I see it for you.
I could be the dog, the little arctivist. Arctivist? That's not a word.
Oh,
he's the one that always makes a really bad pun.
This is who I'm going as. This little baddie right here.
Love it.
Such a baddie. Oh.
Also, my friend is so funny because she was like, you should cosplay as him, and then she was like, by the way, hear me out. Artifact from actually.
The green possum is named Willoughby, and he's a champion dodgeball player.
Okay.
So, he's got a sport. No, I bought Wendy here because not only is she cute for my little cottagecore office, but I bought a new like chair that's lower, and I use my Squishmallows as like back support now.
Nice.
But I have this one. I have a werewolf. I bought the possum. I have a cat. I have a ghost that my dogs ate. I have like 2 others. I think like it's bad. It's unhealthy.
I am looking at Willoughby and would die for Willoughby.
That's what I'm saying.
Just need that on record.
I love him.
that goes crazy.
Oh my god.
They have like a normal color possum. I'm like, but why would I do that if there's a green one? So That was my recent purchase. It was that and like stuff to clean my washer machine.
Okay, we've diverted. We got to get some reading done. Listen,
we got to sprint.
Listen, we're here for real. But all right, let's get the train back on the track, folks.
This is what I'm here for.
How long are we doing? Another 45?
Yeah, we're doing another 45 because Sam and I need to read some more of these flashbacks and
yeah, we gotta
hear more about this stalker that I care so much about, and
yeah. Richie, if you could like step away for a little while so we can like I don't know get to
maybe I'll like run to the bathroom or something. Y'all
like get a snack,
go,
like, break.
Yeah, go take a snack break or something. The rest of us are trying to catch up. Oh.
Not me just awkwardly being like, so when are they gonna notice?
Guys, I've made a mistake.
I'm like 50%.
Go off.
Yeah, same.
I bumped my audiobook up to 3 times speed, and I still couldn't keep up with you.
No.
Holy crap, you read fast. I think I would be absolutely insufferable if I could read at the speed you.
Listen. Here's the tea. It's not like a skill, because like a skill is something that you practice at. It's just kind of something that like
You're just like that.
I can do, you know? I've kind of always read fast, so I'm not sitting here trying to be like, yeah, I'm a pretty fast read. Like, I don't know. I just read fast.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Love your apples. Happy for you. Let's go.
What's up with my dried fruits? Eat a snack if you need a snack.
Good for you.
This is serious. How far am I?
Yeah.
Like 50%.
Okay.
Yeah. Maniac.
Like
how
in the middle
about
of
you two
chapter
take the
11.
reins on this one? Because I think I have like 10 pages left.
I was like watching you read, and I'm like, that looks more than half. That looks pretty far.
Yeah, I have 16 pages left.
Damn.
It's pretty good so far.
Oh, crazy. You don't say.
I'm like right in the middle of the climax too, which is so funny. Like I was reading and I was like, "Oh, we're stopping now. Cool, for sure."
Yeah, save some for the next sprint. Sheesh.
Baby, I know, but you're sitting right where I need to sit.
Oh, my best friend.
Maisie.
Say hi.
What a
you can't see
cutie.
her. She's on the chair though. You can take my word.
What are you guys thinking so far?
It's fine. Like I'm having it's easy to read.
Mm-hmm.
I'm halfway through and nothing has happened besides like a bikini stream, and now they're sitting on the roof being cute, and I'm like, can something happen though? Like we're 50% and nothing's happened. But I mean, I like them.
Oh, are you okay?
They're all fine characters. She's honestly quite insufferable.
Fair.
If I have to hear subscribers one more time, I might scream. I'm like, bitch, please think of anything else. Who are you? Hi.
Oh,
Well,
I'm sorry. Oh.
I think it's interesting that she's getting like kind of pressure from the parents of like, yeah, like you need to be thinking about college soon, and she's just totally like over on her own wavelength or whatever.
But I do appreciate the like, I care about subscribers because I'm atoning for my sins of killing my sibling.
That's
and
so
also like trying to make up the fact that she killed her sister to her parents by like, I'll just pay off their mortgage someday. That's equivalent to a teenager. But also,
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I have to say, now that I'm as deep in as I am, I do kind of think that like they have actually been willing to make her unlikable. And I do appreciate that. Like she does make some like just sincerely bad calls, and she kind of sucks, and I'm like, let's go.
She is a selfish young teen.
Dude, when she breaks into Ash's apartment, just busts in, girl. I'm just crying on his bed, and he's like, so you got a demon or what?
He is a freak. Like, he's so weird.
Yeah.
Like, they're all so chill about, like, yes, a video game possessed me, or made me haunted, and they're so normal about it.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, no, this is reality now, and we're going to continue on, and we're going to do something about it. I'm just like, I would be a lot more hesitant about the situation, and it would take me a long time to be like, yes, I will now accept this as my reality. It would take me a long time to get there.
The real question. So if your doppelganger is haunting you or whatever, who are you telling? Who you think is gonna believe you?
My mom. Her and I watched a lot of Vampire Diaries. She would get it.
Okay.
Like, that was like our show in high school. Like, we would watch each season together, and there's doppelgangers in there. So she would get it. And
She's
she'd be
familiar.
like, all right, this is wild, but yeah, I'll believe you.
Yeah. Richie, I'd probably either tell you or Noelle or both. Because I feel like I could tell you guys whatever and you'd be like, yeah, that checks out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you came to me and you were like, listen, this is gonna sound crazy, but I think the thing is you're so even-keeled and you don't, like, just say shit to say shit. So if you said something like that, I'd be like, well, I have to at least consider the possibility that this is happening because Alea doesn't just make stuff up. So
yeah,
I guess this is the reality.
Yeah,
I do think it's fun, and I don't know if y'all have really, like, gotten into this a ton, but the fact that she is, like, already a pathological liar, so, like, her parents keep being like, no, we don't believe you. Remember the time you pretended to break your arm? Remember the time that you, like, I do like that.
Yeah. It does give that unreliable narrator a little bit.
Again, it reinforces, and you left your toddler with her because Miss Pathological Liar. So what, you didn't believe her when you left the house, King? Like, what?
Will say,
I still think it's...
I got to a point where they answered why there was no autopsy.
Oh, okay.
Because they were like, yeah, we already know what happened, so why would we pay $3,000 for an autopsy? And I was like, you know what? That does track.
That's fair. I don't know if I would trust my 16-year-old pathological liar daughter to, like, give me the truth of the matter.
Fair.
Yeah. Although, also, can we talk about how the parents are, like, not more sus about, like, the doppelganger thing? Like, when she's at dinner, like, eating stuff she wouldn't normally eat with the olives or whatever, she was like, I would never do that.
Yeah, green olive pizza and asking about learning Japanese, and they're just like, no, this is totally our daughter, and she's completely fine.
Yeah, what?
Yeah. It's like, I don't think you guys know your kid very well, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it's like your kid does something out of character, and you're not even concerned about that.
Yeah. And then when she's like, no, that for sure wasn't me. Like, I didn't do that. And they're like, well, I saw you. And it's like,
right.
That's why I picture anyone with twins has that problem of, like, I can't tell my kids apart half the time. But at the same time, you should know your kids well enough.
Right.
Was she sneezing?
She's puking right now. I was gonna ask if you can hear my cat throwing up in the background.
Well, it sounded like a sneeze. It sounded very cute.
Yeah, I mean, she's adorable even when she is throwing up, but she's sitting there like over the carpet. You got a little hairball?
Austin was telling me earlier this week, he's like, the last 2 mornings I've woken up to a cat trying to puke in our bedroom, and I'm like, ain't that just the way sometimes? Stop locking them in the room with you. Well, I don't know.
Bird. Kid.
Dude, yeah. Dude, the last few mornings, real fast. Love it. The last few mornings, I've just woken up to Rigby like crying, and I feed him and do everything, and he's just still be crying. Yeah. Peyton's so pissed. Peyton's like, "What are we gonna do about this cat?" I'm like, "Brother, I don't know.
Nothing. You simply just let them exist,
right?
You get comfortable. I'm just gonna move you, so don't get too comfy. I have a baby.
Who's that?
This is Kyrie. She's our oldest. She's the favorite. It's very true. She's the favorite. But she's been grumpy lately because of the family drama of not having her spot to sleep in every night. So she hasn't hung out with me lately. So this is a big moment for her.
I slept in the living room last night, and my cat decided to sleep with my sister instead of sleeping in the living room with me. And so I woke up and I went in the bedroom to wake my sister up, and I saw my traitor cat lying there, and I was like, oh, interesting.
That was me this morning. I woke up and it was like Hinata, me, Austin, and then my cat, this cat, Kyrie. And I was like, excuse you. That's not the side of the bed you belong on. Austin kicked her like 3 times last night because she kept playing with his feet because he moves a lot. And it's like, well, that's why she sleeps on my side.
Nellie sleeps on my side too, and I don't know why. And she's doing this thing now where if I sleep on my stomach, she sleeps on my butt.
Yep.
Why
Kyrie will do that. She'll sleep on my chest too. Like she don't care. Or like if I'm on my side, she'll lay on my side. She will find a way.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm like, can you get off my butt, bro?
Yeah. Like, what if I want to move?
Yeah. Oh my god. Nellie does not move. I can flip all around, and she's just like, "Are you done?"
Yeah.
I'm like, are you like? Dude, cats, man. What are you gonna do?
Guys, I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we like this book?
I don't know. Like, it could be exactly. Yeah. It could be a 3.5. It could be a 4. I don't think it'd go beyond 4. I don't think it'd make it to 4.5 territory unless the ending was absolutely wild, which I don't predict. I think like it's a solid 3.5, probably. Like it's fine. It's definitely for a younger audience, and I don't like pop culture references in my books typically. It just ages them, and I just go cringe. No, I don't need it. But
I will say I would love if she stopped saying IRL. That one really bugs me, and like, it's been a few times at this point, and I'm like, all right.
It's also weird because there was the moment with Bree when Bree was like, "You're a slut," and she goes the S word, and I'm like, wait, why are you filtering? Wait, your friend already said it. Why do you feel the need to censor everything? Like she won't say what the fuck. She'll just go WTF, and it's like, you're 17. I know you cuss. Like, I'm sorry. I know there's like a quota for young adult or something. Like you can only cuss so much or whatever, but you are so special.
I don't know. I think this is a good quick read. The movie, by the way, because I know we've all gotten to this point now, there's a movie called Cam that came out a bit ago. That is about I don't know, it's like an OnlyFans. I think it's like a knockoff or it's like one of those, but she's like she does OnlyFans, and then all of a sudden somebody starts like streaming as her, and she's like, "It isn't me, whoa." And I everybody really, really liked that one. I thought it was like fine. Like I thought it was okay. But I have to be honest, doppelgangers are one of my biggest fears in real life, and so I feel like doppelganger horror does not get to me a lot of times because the things I'm scared of with doppelgangers are extremely specific, and they never do them.
So not working your job for you.
I'm doing it. The one piece of media in my life that I've ever found that like actually does the exact thing that I'm scared of, which is insane, is the Adult Swim unedited unedited footage of a bear has the exact thing that I'm afraid of in it, and that was crazy to see. But like Us, like Jordan Peele, I thought it was a good movie. Didn't think it was that scary. Cam, I didn't think it was really scary. This, I'm like, it's fine, it's fun, it's interesting, but I don't think it's scary.
Yeah. Big spoilers, but if anyone wants to read one of my favorite romantasy series, the third book, it's not quite doppelgangers, but it's very like Vampire Diaries by the third book, and I'm just like, this is the wacky shit I want to read. Like I don't need scary doppelgangers. Although I did have to Google, are doppelgangers considered human? And Google said yes.
Okay.
But I was like, well, this technically is a demon. Why are you biting me? My goodness grief.
What's your favorite romantasy?
The first book is Bow Before the Elf Queen.
Okay.
And it's like a fated mates, but she's like, just because we're fated to be together does not mean I have to like you. You have to earn my like. And then
you have to earn my like.
Not even earn my love. Or my like.
Health stuff. And I'm like, this is fun. It was one of the first romantasy books I read before like the trend really blew up. And I was like, oh, this is fun. And it was my first audiobook where it had like the dual narrations in a chapter where like they were doing the dialogue at the same time, and I was like, this is revolutionary. This is what I've needed. Now it's like normal place, but it was the coolest thing to me when I first read it.
Go off.
So that's one of my series. Book 4 is supposed to come out soon. Sometime this year, hopefully. She's indie, so it's, it was supposed to be January and then February. Now, who knows?
Gotcha. Should we do another sprint?
I want to hear a number from you first. What are you thinking so far, rating wise?
Probably like a 3.
Okay, I heard.
Like a 3. I mean, the doppelganger thing, like you said, it's interesting. I don't know if it's scary. It's creepy. It's weird.
Yeah, there's like a
weird than like scary.
Yeah, there's like a few paragraphs here and there where I'm like, that's eerie, and I don't like it. Like mostly the mirror stuff. Like when she's in the mirror and she's like, the mirror is smiling, but I wasn't. Or like when she sat down in front of her computer and like a hand just like brushed her hair down. I was like, oh, no. But that kind of stuff reminds me more like movie like Mama, where it's like a possessed demonic thing, like also trying to care for you. But having like a computer monitor that's black talk at you really freaked me out for some reason.
Y'all must I'm already struggling to remember the order of things. I did kind of like the scene where she's in the car and she's like getting absolutely like choked out, and then she looks and she sees the scratches on the seat and she's like, dude, sick, proof that I'm not completely insane. Let's go. We love that.
Yeah. Because the truck driver was like, no, I didn't see anybody in the car but you waving. And then she gets Ash in the car and Ash is like, what happened to your seat? And she's like, I just got attacked by a demon. It's fine. He's like, cool.
Yeah.
Love that she was like
the romance that is developing with her and Ash.
You can't have a YA without some romance.
I'm so tired.
Disagree.
He seems fine. I don't know.
He's a little weird, but
Yeah. I honestly think she's a worse person than him though.
Yeah. No, he's weird. He's not bad.
Yeah.
He's like a sweet guy who's trying to help this poor girl who's going through it.
Yeah.
But it's also, he's giving her grace and kindness during this hard time where she bullied him. So, and somehow he doesn't know, and I just don't feel like that's, like, in high school, people know.
You know what... Well, I don't know if y'all have gotten to this point yet, but there is a point where she's like, yeah, like, people say, like, stuff about you all the time, and he asks her point blank, like, what do they say? And she's like, I don't know, just a bunch of stuff. So, like, I think maybe he did give her the shot to, like, come clean, and she was like, no, I'm good. Thank you.
No, not me. I would never...
I don't know. I don't love a romance trope in YA where it's like the main character is like clearly into a guy and then like 3 billion pages in she's like, and I realized it's been him all along, and it's like, girl, I've known for 200 pages, so I don't know how you didn't know. But it worked, I guess.
There was that, I just read a scene recently where she's like, his freckled face, dare I say he's attractive? Dare you? That's crazy. Also, I would have never guessed.
Controversial yet brave opinion. I feel like you know if someone's hot even if they're a weirdo.
But you have eyes. Do you not?
I feel like you know. I maybe listen, this is just my complex and nuanced sexuality chiming in, but like I don't think I've ever been surprised that someone's hot. I think I like know, or I feel like you see someone and you're like, they're hot, or you see someone and you're like, they're not. And like, sure, you can like grow to like them and be like, I think the thing of like people being cuter because you're like romantically interested in them is like a thing, but I don't think I've ever been like, surprised that someone's hot.
There's been many guys where I dump them and I go, ooh, you're actually not as cute as I thought you were.
Oh, yeah. Been there.
That has happened to me, but the reverse has never happened to me. I've never chanced upon a person and then 3 weeks in been like, are they hot?
Actually.
What? I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, I don't think you can be like, oh, he's hot. Girl, you said he was like #1 on your list of like people who's going to shoot up the school. And now you're like, actually, he's like kind of hot. Those freckles.
Hey, I think we all lived through the day and age of American Horror Story. And I think we all kind of liked Evan Peters in that season.
I'm rebuking that. That's good. I have a lot of Evan Peters has never. I've never been disgusted by him, but I don't know that I've ever thought he was like hot. But I do have a lot of coworkers who think Evan Peters is hot.
I don't think he's hot. I think he's kind of more like the boy next door, at least early on.
Yeah.
American Horror Story. Like I don't think he's growing into a more attractive human, but I was also like, a mentally.
Yeah.
I was also very mentally. I was also a very mentally ill teenager when I thought he was like the cutest thing. So let's get all correlate a little bit, but he's good looking. But I don't think he's like the hottest thing ever. He's just like an average guy who acts well.
Sam really said he was hot when I was mentally ill. So
literally, I was like, if I heard from someone like, yeah, when I was mentally ill, I thought you were really hot, I'd be like, well, I have to walk into the sea.
Well, he's a celebrity. He's fine.
Yeah, he's good.
He's fine. I'm not losing him jobs or anything.
No.
Oh my god.
He stays booked and busy, I think. He'll be on season 8,000 of American Horror Story.
Yeah. And I won't be there to watch anymore, but I support fully.
I watched season 2, 3, and 4 of American Horror Story, and then our coworker Bree made me watch Roanoke, and then that's all I've seen.
You haven't seen season 1?
No.
Season 1.
And everybody says it's like the best one, and
I would say like the first 3 seasons are like solid, and the rest are like.
Yeah, I've seen the first 2.
Coven
yeah,
slaps. It's fucked up, but it's. I mean, they're all fucked up. So
which one's 7?
But Coven is number 3.
Okay.
And
Okay,
that's it.
Oh, I think you said 7, not Coven. Yeah, Coven is very good.
Yeah, I like Coven, but
yeah, Freak Show was where I kind of tapped out. I was watching Freak Show as it was airing, and I was like, okay.
A little look into my family is my whole family, like me, my mom, my stepdad, my stepsister. American Horror Story was like our show. Every Wednesday night we would watch it together.
Go off.
And we made it to Hotel, I think.
Okay. Oh, I have seen Hotel.
Yeah. Roanoke was like the one season where we were like, ooh, is this good anymore?
Yeah. I don't know. Coven slaps. I feel like, you know what's funny is Freak Show like pulled a lot from this 36 maybe horror movie called Freaks that I think is not only more sympathetic to people who work in freak shows, but also just better. And it's extremely funny to me that they like crushed it in 1936 and Ryan Murphy was like, well, I can expand on that, and then didn't. Like just straight up did not.
Yeah.
And also cast a bunch of people who are able-bodied and perfectly average, conventionally attractive people, whereas in 1936 they managed to cast people who worked in freak shows and got them their bag.
Yeah.
So, interessant, but whatever.
It's really the greatest showman of them, if you think about it.
We can't. The Greatest Showman is a movie, and you can watch it. That's my review of The Greatest Showman.
It's Hugh Jackman, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got a pretty voice.
He does.
And
he does.
Zac Efron has a pretty voice. I think
True.
the talent is talented.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say, and this is not a joke, my favorite song in the movie is sung by a random one-off little boy character who's playing like young Hugh Jackman.
No, yes. Accurate.
Truly
if
the
you
best
don't
song
cry
in the movie.
during the first 1,000%. I cry. It's so good.
No, it's extremely good. But that movie kind of just exists to me, you know?
Yeah.
Like when people say they love it, I'm like, sure, all right. When people say they hate it, I'm like, yeah, no, I feel you. I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's a movie. You can watch it. I don't know.
Zac Efron's in it. Zendaya's in it.
Yeah, honestly would love to get Zac Efron in some more musicals though. We'll say that. Like very happy with his like Iron Claw, Ted Bundy, like that thing that he's got going on. He's a very good actor. I think he's good, but also like Zach, you were good in Hairspray. We do have to admit you were good in Hairspray. And even if you hate High School Musical,
and I was like High School Musical. He was really good. He started really good. He didn't even sing in the first one, but like, hey.
The only reason I didn't bring up High School Musical is because he's like, I hate it. I'm so embarrassed by it. And it's like, fine, girl, but are you embarrassed by Hairspray? You were working with John Travolta and Christopher Walken and Michelle Pfeiffer. Were you embarrassed by that? Because you were good in that, so we could do it
And
again.
also, like, if High School Musical embarrassed you, then what is it, going 17 again or whatever? Like, that should embarrass him. So.
Yeah, I do think 17 again is more embarrassing than High School Musical. I think you're right.
So, I mean, hey, he's a good actor, though.
He's a good actor.
I think people are mean to him about his whole face thing, and I don't think people want to hire him for musicals because people are mean and bad and not nice.
I have to be honest. It is ludicrous to say that Zac Efron is not good looking still. And if, like, truly, if you feel that way, like, grow up. That is ridiculous. But
he just looks like he's older. He just looks like an actually
just
good
looks
like
man. An adult man. It is so wild that he became an adult. Wow. But also, and this is not a shot at Zac Efron, but, like, you know there are, like, ugly musical theater characters, right? So even if you do think he's ugly, it's not like he's banned from performing for the rest of his life. There are definitely musical theater characters who aren't required to be hot. I don't think anybody thinks that Sweeney Todd is someone who needs to have a banging bod. Like,
my brain is so wicked pilled that I was like, Bach.
Zac Efron is Bach is your brain needs to be sprayed.
He looks a little too old, but
I think a little bit. But I don't know. Ethan Slater's probably around his age.
Probably.
Yeah.
Same with like Jonathan Bailey. Like, oh my god, he crushes it, but he does look a little too old for the role. But like, nailed it.
I feel like it's always hard though with Wicked because it's like they have to be like 17 in the first half and then like 30 in the second half, and it's like, all right, well, so I don't know.
I was gonna say, do they just cast two different people for the movie? But I don't think that would go over well at all.
I think people would be upset, but that's okay.
But Ariana, she's young enough; she could do both parts just fine.
True,
perpetually 16,
and she did eat. She did eat.
Yes. One of my favorite roles. Anyways, I've derailed us again. Back to the book.
Are we doing another sprint?
I think we gotta do another sprint.
Okay.
I won't finish it in the sprint.
Yeah, except Richie's gonna finish it and we're not.
Yeah. So
it's okay.
It's fine.
Richie's like,
can't
forget anything you have to talk about.
The way I was straight up gonna be like, guys, what book should I start when I finish Sex Lovely Skin during the sprint, which I'm definitely gonna do, but then I was like, that sounds like bragging.
No, what do you want to start though, for real?
I don't know.
Options?
Yeah.
I got what do I have in the room right now? I have Big Swiss. I could start that.
That's a short one too.
Yeah.
I
can reread Primal Fear. I have River Solomon book. It's not Model Home, but I have An Unkindness of Ghosts. I can start that. I also have the final Anthony Viasna like series of essays and stuff that I could start. So he wrote After Parties, and I really like that. And then he died, and then they collected a bunch of his essays, and so now it's his final book.
How did I not know that?
He died like either right before or right after the book came out, but it was like so close to the release of the book.
Oh, that's crazy.
And it was extremely sad because he was very young and a very young, talented queer author, and then didn't even really get to see the success of, because After Parties was like hugely well received. Hi.
Eleanor said, I'd like to be well received. Hello?
I know now. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. Haven't read the book yet, but I have wanted to.
It's good. It's good. I liked it.
What do we think Richie should read? I feel like maybe the River Solomon one or Big Swiss.
Okay.
I don't know what Big Swiss is enough about. I think is that the one with the girl who's like, I'm writing down stuff for a therapist and then I fall in love?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That feels very different from this, so I don't think jumping into that would be difficult.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
That might be nice to be like, I want to read something adult after reading something very high school.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
been a while. Is this marketed as YA? This has to be marketed as YA, right?
Yeah. It's YA horror.
Go off. I'm not pressed.
For a second, I thought you said, I'm not impressed. And I was like, well, okay.
Poor Shania Twain. That don't impress me much. No, it's fine. It's good. Does it have a fun cover, though? Hold on. Oh! Guys, okay.
Oh.
Ooh, okay.
That's kind of
That is fun.
I do like that.
Oh.
All right.
I don't know what I thought this book was going to be, but I feel like it's not what I thought at all. Yeah, you too, Sam?
Yeah, not at all. I didn't know what it was going to be. Maybe not, certainly not doppelgangers and a Twitch streamer. I was thinking maybe like, no idea. Weird. I was thinking more weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I did think doppelgangers, but I didn't think like virtual doppelgangers, to be honest. I was expecting more of like a summer camp style horror, like you see yourself in the woods kind of thing.
I don't know why I thought her sister was going to be like not a baby. I was thinking like with the two girls on the cover, like, okay, I knew the sister died. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like, yeah, or like a 2-year age difference where they look really similar or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought that.
Do we like the sister being a baby?
Not really. I wish it was. I wish her sister was also a teenager. I feel like that would be more tea. Cool, you had a baby sister who's allergic to the world. Like, okay.
Yeah, babies are extremely easy to kill. I have to be honest. Like, and that's not like, but babies, like, it's kind of hard to keep those things alive. So I feel like killing your baby sister is like significantly less surprising to me than like I accidentally killed my 14-year-old sister. That hits it.
Yeah, but also like I don't know a lot about kids, so she's 2.5 or 3 or whatever. I don't know what kind of forming sentences, but okay spelled O-K-E-E doesn't feel like it comes from a 2.5-year-old. Like
you know what? Clock that. That's true.
I just don't think that they understand that. But yeah, I don't know how the kids are supposed to talk. And so every time this toddler talks, I go, is that accurate?
I really don't like the typing out baby talk either way, to be honest. Like, even if it does feel like kind of accurate, I'm like, we don't gotta, like, you know.
What book was that? Oh, Incidents Around the House. They got like an actual, she was a minor at the time. She's like 18 plus now, but she was a kid basically narrating the book because it's from the perspective of a kid. And that's creepy horror. It's very good.
That's like cool.
It's you have to read Incidents Around the House.
I need to read
that. Okay.
It's pretty good. It's very like, oh, mom and dad are fighting, so I'm gonna go play upstairs with my imaginary friend who hides in the closet when my parents come up, and parents can hear a voice in the room. Very creepy. And it's coming from like a child. Like she's like 8 narrating the book and feels like it.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I do not to bring up this book again, but Poor Dear is about a child who was like 4 when a murder takes place. When a death takes place. And I do really like what Clara Shetsky did, which is kind of like she doesn't speak a lot to adults, but has like a very kind of rich internal monologue. So a lot of what she's saying out loud is sort of nonsensical, but like then when you get into her head, she's still like thinking thoughts, and I feel like that's kind of the way to go about it. I don't, no shade to Emma Donahue, but like the Room, that sort of narration style doesn't really hit for me personally. That's okay.
I think writing kids is really hard, especially like old adults writing kids. It's like you don't remember what that's like at all, and just because you've had kids and you talk to them does not mean that you understand what it's like anymore.
Right.
And you can tell when like the second book to Drama and Dragons, Dating in Dungeons, like there's lines where you're like, oh, this is an adult writing a teenager. Like there's just like moments where you get taken out of the story where you're like, that's not what a teenager would think. This feels very much like a teenager's thought process of just being selfish and very like, the world is about me, even though it's not. And I'm going to fix everything, even though I have no clue what I'm doing.
I feel like, especially with like sensitivity readers being like so on the rise right now, I don't understand why more people don't have teenager. Like if you're gonna write a teenager, like have a teenager read it. Because like I think I mentioned on the last stream, like I wrote like a play, and a lot of the play was teenagers, and I started workshopping it when I was like 22 or something like that. And I went to the high school that I was working at and had all of my 15, 16-year-olds read it, and they were so helpful in being like, I would never say this. We don't talk like that. And like even I was 22, I wasn't that far removed from being a teenager, but there was still stuff where it was like I just like missed the mark and like forgot what it was like. And so like unilaterally when I like do workshops of the show, adults will be like, these kids seem really weird, and teenagers constantly will be like, you hit on what it's like to be a teenager. And it's like, yeah, it's not because I'm so good, it's because I talked to actual teenagers and made sure it was what a teenager sounded like.
Yeah. Like
I feel like it's a very easy thing to do.
Yeah, I can't stand anything more than reading a YA and being like, people don't talk like this. Like, this just isn't how dialogue works.
Yeah. Alea,
Okay.
how long are we doing this stream for? Or stream? I meant sprint. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're reading until I finish.
How long do you want to do? Do you want to do another 45?
This
isn't for you, Richie. I'm asking Sam.
Yeah, no, I'm cool with 45. I'll probably get to 75% then.
Cool.
So
okay, that sounds good. You know what though? I feel like this is good. I mean, we sat down, read like almost a whole book today. Then at that point, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we're kind of crushing it.
Not too bad.
Yeah. We'll take it.
All right. See you in 45.
All right.
Second book.
Oh my god.
Hi.
My favorite thing is the behind the scenes chat.
Listen, I can say it. I just didn't want to interrupt y'all reading. Yeah, I took off my headphones, but I didn't turn them off. And so I just kind of like tossed them. And then they turned off on their own. And so I'm sitting there like reading the book. And all of a sudden I just heard goodbye. And I was like, hello. It was just my headphones turning off. So we're good.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know if you saw my second chat either, but I need us to talk about something in this book, and I'm sorry that it's, I guess, a little bit of a spoiler, but like the weird old guy who's like 40 and lives in Nevada or whatever and keeps commenting how much he likes her bunny hat, that man never appears again. He's just
I forgot
not
about
a
him.
character.
I completely forgot about him.
The only reason I remembered is because I was looking through our stream to make sure my sound was okay once I finished the book, and then I heard us talking about him, and I was like, oh yeah! That happened.
Yeah, I feel like that could have been a really utilized character to be like, hey guys, the streamer I know would never do a bikini stream.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he could have been a little bit more pivotal.
Yeah.
Be like,
yeah.
But, anywho.
But no.
The time to come back was exactly when chapter 19 ended. So I'm on chapter 20, 79% in. So I have...
Oh my god.
Math.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I have like 20-something minutes left, 30 minutes left, maybe.
I mean, if y'all want to do another sprint, try and finish this thing off, I'm down with that. If you want to just go straight back in, Alea, how far are you? You think you could get it done?
I think so. Yeah, I think I could. I'm down to go back in if you want to.
I will say real fast, I did not start reading Big Swiss. I did start reading The Spirit Bears Its Teeth. So I'm doing that.
Good choice.
I remembered I had it.
Good choice.
But
what do you think so far?
I'm like 10 pages in, and it's fantastic because of course it's fantastic. I do want to say the first page of this book, like, I don't mean to shit on YA horror authors who aren't Andrew Joseph White, but like, y'all truly need to get on his level. The first page of this book, the first line of this book is, at least the doctors had the decency to kill me before they opened me up. Come on, girl. Like, we need to
Oh, it's good. That one was good.
It's incredible right off the bat, so I'm definitely down to keep reading. But if you wanna jump in, try and finish this boy off, and then we can talk about it once we're all done.
I'm down, yeah. I've met Luli. That's where I'm at.
Yes.
The crazy lady part.
Yeah, Leah, where are you?
I'm like 60% in. 60, 65, something like that. Anyways, I need to read faster.
It's only because I have the audiobook that it's getting me through. If you guys were like, Sam, read this with your eyeballs by yourself, I'd probably be like maybe 50% in by now.
Yeah, if you wanna swing for another 45.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's
read.
Hello, how far did you get? Me
like
fully
80%
having
in.
you on mute. Hang on, how far did you get?
I'm like 80% in.
Okay.
Sam, did you finish? Okay, well, I still want to talk about the end anyways. It's okay. I'll just read it once we end. Yeah, I just want to know.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
God,
I'm gonna say
chat. I haven't read a single thing.
Oh my god, I was mute. Sorry. Not paying any attention.
So she does eventually tell her parents what happened, and they forgive her instantly. It's not even a discussion. They're just like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, she's gone either way. We're just glad you're here. Like, that was insane to me. That was insane to me. She wins, I guess, because she goes on Twitch and she's like, I'm gonna tell you all the truth. I killed my sister.
So if she admits to it, then it goes away.
Well, everybody on Twitch is like there are a bunch of comments where people are like, yeah, dude, I committed a hit and run 20 years ago and I still can't sleep at night and I never talk about it. And somebody being like, yeah, I ran over a dog one time and it like still haunts me. I get you, girl. And she's like, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it was just an accident. Maybe I shouldn't feel guilty about this. And so she's like, yeah, it was just an accident. And then she's like, I have to tell my parents. And then she tells her parents, and her parents are like, yeah, it's fine. Her mom is like, oh, it wasn't me, and starts crying. And then her parents are like, yeah, we're good. Which, like,
we're just angry and hurt, but we're not mad at you. It's not your fault.
Listen. I don't think the death was her fault. I do think if I found out that my kid covered up accidentally killing my kid and blamed it on me, that's kind of your fault. That's kind of your fault. I feel like you should be a little guilty about that. That's insane. There
should be punishment.
And her mom straight up is like, listen, if I was your age and I made a mistake like that, I'd probably lie too. And it was like, what?
Okay, you can't inadvertently cause the death of your sibling and then lie about it for like months. What?
Not to sound like a parent, but like, it's not even the act that upsets me, it's the lying about it. If you would just come clean, we would be fine. We have a whole new problem now. You lied. Again. You're a liar, girl.
Yeah. The worst part
here's the thing for me. How do you even punish a kid for lying about that? That's such a huge thing. You can't just ground your kid and take their phone.
Therapy.
Your sibling is dead. What?
Forced therapy forever.
Yeah, I guess.
But like, the way that Ash finds out that she's the one that started the rumors about him being a school shooter and him like picking up dead possums for satanic rituals, and her whole time she's like, I'm sorry, you're still gonna help me though, right? Like, girl, you are not redeemable. Your lost cause.
Listen, I know a mere 2.5 hours ago I said that I think characters just need to suck sometimes, but like, girl.
Yeah, no. It truly was just like I did something bad. The guilt was eating me alive so much so that a demon decided to eat on me and my guilt. And then for it to be like, and I've confessed my sins and everyone still loves me and I got so many followers, but I've stopped being a Twitch streamer. Don't worry, she stopped. Thank God.
She stops being a Twitch streamer, and also, did you clock? Ash stopped smoking cigarettes. So there's growth all around.
Biggest of growth. But yeah, truly was just like so baffled by the way. She's like, and now we're moving a little bit out of the like an hour away just so that like I don't get bullied at school because people think that I absolutely killed my best friend, like stabbed her and stuff. And I'm just like,
oh yeah, did you get to the part where the doppelganger stabs Bree? Because Bree, well, the doppelganger calls Bree and is like, girl, turns out I killed my sister. And then Bree calls again and is like, I can't believe you tell me that over the phone. That's kind of crazy work. And she's like, what? I didn't call you. She's like, oh my god, it was the doppelganger? That's crazy. And then she's like, yeah, but it is like true though. That is what happened. And Bree's like, okay, girl, you lied. Why did I have to find out from your demon doppelganger? This is crazy. We're best friends. And then Bree's like, I can't do this anymore, which honestly, so real. Bree's like, I'm good on this. And they get stabbed like 11 times by the doppelganger. And everybody's like, it was her. She stabbed her.
Do you see that green hair?
Yeah. Hey. But Bree's fine. Bree makes it. We're good.
Everyone's fine.
I don't need to be this guy, but as if I give a flat fuck if Bree made it or not. I'm so sorry. I did not care. I simply did not care.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the funniest part for me was when whatever, our main character and Ash are like in his fucking basement. He gets choked out by that fucking demon through the screen. That was the scariest part of the whole thing. It wasn't even about the main bitch at all. I was like, Ash doesn't deserve that. He just wanted to smoke a cigarette and be left alone. Don't choke out my boy.
The fact that his mom came in and he was like, it's autoerotic asphyxiation, Mom.
Yes!
I was like, don't, what? Whoa, hey, whoa.
And really then finding the girlfriend hiding in the closet.
To our moms about that. That's crazy work, Ash.
The fact that his mom was so excited he had a girlfriend because he's such a little weirdo. That was the best part of the whole book. When she was like, you can come over anytime to the girl. And she was like, oh, Ash, she's so pretty. And he's just like fucking red, choked out by
She's so pretty with her swamp green hair and toothpick. Let's go.
The
fact that Ash at the end, so when she confesses to murder, Ash is like, I won't even look at you any differently, babe. I was like, this is a lot.
Well, no, the thing that was weird to me about that comment, it was like, the comment was like, basically, because of what happened with his dad, I don't blame you for this, and like I forgive you. But the wording was like so weird that I was like, I know that he feels like a little bit guilty because he didn't take the keys, and then like he could have done something to maybe prevent it. But it truly, the way he worded it, sounded like he did something part of the crime, like he was some kind of accessory, and I was just like,
did he
do something?
It's okay, Viv. You're not the only one who's done something fucked up. This doesn't change how I feel about you at all. You didn't do anything. What'd you do? Be born to a guy who drinks? What happened?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Did you? What'd he do?
And not only that, he also said he like saves the baby possums and he saved this dumb bitch from a demon. You're a hero. Ash carried this whole book.
Unfortunately, sandy blonde hair really did come through for us.
The cute little emo boy with the fucking freckles really pulled it out there at the end. Everybody else, you can die and I don't give a shit about you. You know?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Their first kiss, what a mess.
When he was like,
listen to her be like, my followers the whole time. I was like, girl,
I don't know why he likes her. I don't.
Well, when he was like, I've been obsessed with you since I saw you do an interpretive dance in front of the entire class. I was like, Ash, baby, we need to talk. This is, girl.
I've read of Mice and Men, and it's been many years. I'm so curious how a bunny dance with ribbons or something can be interpretive for that really depressing book. Like, I have so many questions.
You're so right. You should say it. I've read it too.
I think that is maybe more of like a red flag of like, you shouldn't be interested in a girl if that was her decision.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. It did hit a point, I'm gonna be honest, and this is me, this is not charitable of me, perhaps, but it did hit a point where I was like, hey, Tatiana, how many of these things did you do in high school? You know what I mean?
I literally was just thinking the same thing. A writer forgives
so many cringe things that you're like, so it's you then. So you did it. Let's just call this a spade.
I think it's hard in a debut to not insert yourself a little bit. Yeah. Because that's all, like, it's an internal thing. You're writing by yourself. And I kid you not, when that, like, interpretive dance for Of Mice and Men popped up, I said, did she do that? Was that her being like,
that?
I confess weird things on this channel during lives all the time. Is this, like, her way of being like, hey, it's fine?
The fact that both of us separately were like, okay, so girl, so you did it then.
You're so right. That's such a weirdly specific thing. I would never, ever in a million years to think interpretive dance plus Of Mice and Men ever in my life.
No,
it's way too specific. Like, listen, I'll Tatiana, we'll we'll reach a hand out right here, right now. In high school one time, I wrote a parody of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees to cover all of the amendments in the Bill of Rights. And if you read that in a book, that's another thing where you'd be like, sorry, you did that. Sorry, that's so too specific. There's too many details there for you not to have really done that.
And also to have that be the thing that your love interest falls for the girl for, because it's like, I'm obsessed with you because you did that really fucked shit. That's what
I'm gonna be honest. Nary a sandy-haired boy in my life fell for me after my rousing performance of Staying Alive by the Bee Gees covering the Bill of Amendments. The Bill of Rights. Like it didn't happen for me. No. So Tatiana, I think, listen, and it's okay. It's okay to project that. Like it's okay. And we're here for you. But
okay,
girl.
So it seems like by the time we read this next book, her following her debut, she's gonna be on this channel. We're gonna be like, girl, be straight with us. Did you do the dance? Well, that's our goal for 2025.
The next one is a 29-year-old, and I was like, so she's you too. No, babes.
And this is like, and I started reading the synopsis. It seems like it's an isolated like cabin retreat for couples, and this guy is so lovely and sweet unless he gets angry. And I'm like, oh, babes, you're gonna be going through some therapy in this book. I think this is for her still. But I'm excited. I think that she writes, hey, why are you eating me?
Such a mood, honestly.
Hold my hair. Oh, but I think she writes good horror elements. Like, I started freaking out. I was like, no. I don't want something crawling out of my screen like The Ring. I can't do it. That freaks me out. Yeah. So I think she has, like, effective horror elements, even if it's, like, far and few between. So I think she could really, like, thrive in the horror genre.
I need it to be about adults, bro. That was too good. That, honestly, it's giving American Rapture a little bit, where it's like, you successfully wrote from the perspective of a teen. I am 28 years old and don't want to read that anymore. I can't with this one. Yeah. I can't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, an adult book will probably treat me way better.
We've all been there with the cats, man.
And now you're going to come lay right back down as if nothing happened. Okay. My goodness.
I still can't believe her parents just forgave her.
Yeah.
You know what?
Like her friends, like everybody. It's fine.
You know what I can't believe is that the freaking kid drowned in the tub. They set up all this allergy shit just for her to be like, I filled the tub full.
Said it was going to be stupid. Did I not say it was going to be stupid? I knew it was going to be some bullshit. They said it had to be
stupid because it had to be stupid, or else it wouldn't be redeemable for the character for her to decide it really was just an accident. Even though, no, that was negligence.
You went on Twitch for 45 minutes with a full bathtub. It wasn't
fully and like it's not murder, but it's like the yellow manslaughter. Yeah, like that was 100%. Negligence.
Yeah, and she could have just taken the girl into her room when she was streaming and just like shut the door. She can't open doors. She's a baby. She could have just sat there and done her little.
Bring the dollhouse into the game room, so it's not put on camera, but close. Yeah.
Are you joking?
Don't wear the headphones. Don't wear the headphones.
Or shut the door to the girl's room. She can't reach the handle. She's like 2.
Or shut the door to the bathroom.
And what?
Or just drain the tub. Just not worry about it. Just be like, all right, we'll do this in a little bit. There's so many things you could do.
Oh my god. That was so stupid. So stupid. Do you know how livid I would be if I came home and I was the mom and my dumbass teenager let my baby drown in the bathtub? The way I'd be calling the cemetery and be like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna need 2 plots, actually. Thanks so much. Absolutely. Yeah, what do you mean?
The way, like, even if you thought, like, oh, my baby choked on a button that fell off of my cardigan, and you have some guilt about that because you didn't find the button, that makes sense. But it's still like your 16-year-old was watching this kid.
Yeah.
No fault at all.
Listen. I don't mean to be this guy. I love how before we were like, it's the parents' fault, and now that we figured out what happened, we're like, actually, it is your fault, girl. Like, I gotta be
parents still get full blame.
Yeah, they still should have a babysitter.
Yeah,
but
they're still blamed. At least she had some CPR training.
Do you know how long it takes to choke to death, though? Because here's the thing for me. Is
Also, this child was
even if
wet.
you don't do an autopsy, there still is a time of death.
Time of death?
And
a wet child?
For sure, it was like 45 minutes after she found the dead kid before she even called the cops. The cops would get there and be like, this kid's been dead for like 3 hours, so what's good? Like, I buy the whole like, oh, you know, we didn't want to pay for an autopsy, I guess. I feel like that's insane, but the same people who would leave their toddler with a 16-year-old for a weekend are the same people who wouldn't pay $3,000 for an autopsy. Sure, fine. But the paramedics? Wouldn't be like, this kid's been dead for a good 3 hours.
This soaking wet child died during a nap because they choked on a button.
Yeah. Also, they were like, we found the button, and it was like, so did she... Okay, here's my question, though, because if the button is actually blocking the airways, then you had to get into the airways to find the button, which means that you saw the water in there.
Oh, for sure.
And you know what buttons don't cause? Water to end up in your lungs.
Also, like, if she was face down in the water for many minutes, her face would be noticeably different because of water damage.
Oh, for sure. That's the thing too, is drowning is like a really obvious one where it looks different than all the other deaths because you're in the fucking water. Hello.
Yeah. And also, it's like one of the most common ways for people to die because you can drown at like 3 inches. Like, it's very common. But it's like, but you can tell.
Also, explain to me how the paramedics come and wouldn't tell the parents, like, yeah, your kid fucking drowned. Like, what? Even if the parents are not there, there's like, what?
Who the fuck was Sandra?
Thank you for saying that, because I didn't want to say anything because I was like, did I just miss that? Who the fuck was Sandra?
And why is Sandra the one delivering this news? And why did the cops suck so bad in this town? Sorry, we have key witnesses that say you committed this crime, so we're just gonna book you. Where's the evidence? Any blood? What do you mean she changed her clothes in 3 seconds? Like, also, can we think?
Can I say, the part where they're like, well, nobody wants to buy from our HVAC business anymore because your dad got arrested for child abuse and murder. But, like, he was accused by the town terrorists. So, like, would that really, like, who was still going to the HVAC specialist after the terrorism, but not after the terrorist accused him of, like, you know what I mean? I was like, I don't understand.
Yeah, like, I understand why they had to move, but I feel like an hour away isn't far enough.
No. You need new state at that point.
Yeah.
Also, moving to Des Moines is so funny to me. I'm sorry, that just made me laugh really hard. Like, I don't know, like, I have family in Des Moines, so that just really made me laugh.
Hey, so did she. Her Nima's there.
Yeah. Well, also, where was she the whole time? You know what I mean? If you only live an hour away, you're not coming to help out when your grandkid gets accused of terrorism? Where the fuck was she? And why did she babysit it? I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah,
the fact that they were like, he definitely killed his kid, and then they were like, we were very clearly in Chicago, and they were like, oh, our bad. Sorry about.
So what do you think of that epilogue?
Sam. Alea, the epilogue is that she is graduated from high school and she's designing a horror game with some friends she met at her new high school in Des Moines. And
an indie little horror game that's 2D.
Yeah, it's a little indie horror game. And so she's like, I don't stream anymore, but I still watch the streamers because it's a good way to figure out like what's popular right now, which, like, okay, fair, I guess, fine. But then she finds one who's playing Locked In and she's like, wait, but I killed it. And then she's like, or maybe I just sent it back where it came from. And then that's it. The end is like, it's just,
and it's like a 16-year-old.
We didn't do anything. We didn't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
It's just still out there.
And it's fully like a 16-year-old playing, and she's like, oh no, that sucks. And it's like,
yeah,
okay. I don't think it's going to be sequel bait, if we're being really honest. I don't think the book will perform well enough. I don't think that would make sense. to have like a sequel of her demon hunting the states.
Yeah.
But it was an
That might be
interesting
more
thing to be
interesting.
like.
Also, Ash is like a fucking 18th century longshoreman now. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with him.
He just wants to travel, and so now
Yeah,
he
he's like on a
travels.
boat. That's like he's on a boat somewhere in Florida, and she's like, and he gets to see the world. Okay, work.
Now,
and then I guess Bree's going to Columbia, so good for her.
yeah,
You know what? Good
she's
for you.
honestly the only one thriving. Like she's like, I'm getting away from you people. I'm getting away from all this hell. Like I'm moving on, and I think that's great for her. But I really thought like Such Lovely Skin really made me go like, this is gonna be weird horror. It's gonna be like somebody wanting to be somebody else. Yeah, like getting into the skin of people type scary stuff. And I think again the horror elements were affected. I like the tech horror. I like the ring stuff. It was good horror, but there should have been so much more. Like I loved the game itself. Like when they were playing the game, that was my favorite part.
Fun.
It kind of gave, sorry, Alea, Dimension 20, Fantasy High season 2 or 3 or something. I think it was 3. I think it was junior year, where they like go into like a dimension of like a haunted house. I love that. And so like having this video game that was like an archive of past rooms of past people that this demon was hunting, like I thought that was so fucking cool. If that was most of this book, I would have ate this up.
It did give what's that new, oh god, it's like kind of new-ish and it's like pretty popular right now. It's like My Side, whatever the fuck that game is. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a game about like this guy who gets obsessed with a dating app or like a dating sim, and then he gets sucked into it, and then he finds out that a bunch of like the boxes that he keeps finding in this like game world are like the souls of other guys who have gotten trapped in this dating sim, and he's like trying to escape. And it the game itself that like she's playing in the book very much gave that.
Gotcha.
Which is actually a very fun, very cool game.
This
but it did kind of make me want to put the book down and play that instead.
Yeah, this is very much like inspired by so many things, which, you know, is fair. Inspiration comes where it comes from. But when you can point it so clearly to things, you're kind of just like, well, I could just watch The Ring instead and get like a similar thing, but like way creepier.
Saw a lot of people, when I was kind of like looking through Goodreads, I saw a lot of people comparing it also to It Follows, which I think is apt. Because it's the same kind of like spooky thing is following you, and you can pass it on to other people if you're willing to deal with that guilt. Like, I was like, yeah, I see it.
The Ring. You have a movie that you give to
very
people.
much The Ring.
Yeah.
Very much The Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But make it a video game instead of a. Fuck. What? Oh my god. I'm.
VHS?
Blu-ray. Like, that's not it. Oh my god. The new world is destroying my brain. Technology is ruining me.
What how's the rating feeling now? Oh yeah. Your face.
I think I'm still content with like a nice 3.5. I'm giving a lot of grace, I think, because it's a debut. But I am writing my review right now, and it goes, if this happened IRL, I'd be like, what the fuck? And people that don't read the book aren't gonna get the review. But my review is very much like, no, this is the writing you're gonna get, so beware. But yeah, no, I didn't love the writing because of the pop culture stuff and the like in her mind just being like IRL, ID. GFA or however that's supposed to be. I don't give a fuck. But like shorten. I clearly text speak a lot. I'm surprised that she didn't say LOL a lot. Like that should have been more. If you're gonna go like full text lingo,
she
you
did
gotta
say def instead of definitely in the middle of a full fight though, and that was kind of crazy. She was like, this thing is def coming out of the computer screen, and I was like, girl, now was not the time. That was not the time.
I'm gonna be so real with you. If that was me, I would do the same shit. I def 1000%. Like that def just happened. But I did really like the scene of her being like, here's my confession and goodbye, internet, which fully gave like, oh, I'm gonna go kill myself. It's like, okay, girl, you're on the internet. Let's be a little bit smarter. Let's just
very cyberbully.
let's not ruin other people's lives. But I did like them both being on the screen at the same time, like contradictory. Okay. We've been here for too long. Just like going back and forth, being like, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Blah, 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 blah. I like the imagery of that, which gives the cover, I think, a little bit. But I just wish there was more moments of them interacting. It felt like the demon was very like far away.
That cover so does not feel like what the book feels like on the inside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's something about this cover that I don't, for some reason I thought there was going to be like cars. I thought there was going to be like body horror. I thought there was going to be like video game shit. Like,
I thought this was going to be a body horror. And
I thought it was going to be like,
bummed it wasn't.
Like Ready Player One meets like the Hollow Places.
Mm.
Like something cool like that. And instead it gave me something completely not that I liked significantly less than that.
Yeah, which prepares us for like the next book. This author has the most stunning cover artist though. Like they do an incredible job of what they do. Even if it might not portray the book perfectly, they're beautiful covers.
Well, Alea, you still haven't given a number.
I don't know.
Finish the book first.
I think I want to give it like a 3.
Okay.
It's not higher than a 3 for me. The writing.
I guess like I'll just like not mention my 0.5.
No, your 0.5 is giving it grace. I don't have grace to give at this point in my day.
I enjoyed my time. I enjoyed reading it. It never made me go, God, I hate my life. But there were a lot of cringy moments where I was like, bitch.
Yeah, there were some cringy moments where I was like, damn, it's really 2025, and you really hit me with some of those words in that formation. You really need to do me like that? Ugh.
I do think I might have given it a 3.5 if I hadn't immediately started reading another YA horror that was just written so much better immediately off the bat. So I think I am also landing on a 3. But also, maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's not fair to immediately read a book I knew I was going to like better and then be like, well, this isn't as good as that book. So,
yeah.
No, I think it's fair.
The last book I read was like also a 3. But like less good of a 3. And so that's why I'm like, well, in comparison, in YA, this was a little bit better.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think I also think I am actually really tired of the sort of YA need to have romance in general. Like I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, yeah, the romance is what brought it up to a 3 for me. But
they were cute.
Yeah.
They had cute moments. Like when they were on the roof and he put his arm around her after she lied to him. So sweet. It's just like when you think about the relationship, it's like he made the book. He was really good. Yeah. He was a good character to have because he balanced her terribleness. But when you sit down and you go, okay, so their relationship was really cute, but then you break down every moment and it's her just lying to him.
And it's like what a cute romance.
Him fix her problems. Yeah.
It's built on a foundation of lies and possum lies.
Yeah. And just like straight up bullying a kid.
I just like I'm flashing back in my head to the beginning of the book where he's like, I'll take what I can get as a sidekick. And it's like, baby, you're so much more than a sidekick to me.
Yeah.
You're the reason I was reading still by the end of it.
You got me through this because you're so sweet.
Yeah. Because you're like a good guy. But also you put up with a little too much. I think that's another thing sometimes is like, and again, I don't think this is fair or charitable, but when a character's love, like a main character's love interest, puts up with way too much stuff, it does always make me think that the negative qualities are the author. Like, it does always make me think like, oh, you just want people to forgive you for that, which is not always the case. And I do not know this author, so like whatever, you know, like it probably isn't. But like at a certain point where it's like, girl, are you just a liar? Is that why you want to write this little self-insert fantasy where a sandy-haired boy falls in love with you for your interpretive dance and lying skills? Because this is crazy. And he shouldn't be in love with you, frankly. This is wild.
Yeah. He's gonna find somebody better on his travels.
And he will, and we're happy for him.
Good for you, girl.
Good for you, King. Go off. You know what this reminds me of too with the American Rapture comparison? It's like, okay, so we have a female main character in a horror. Okay, whatever. We gotta fight some baddies. We get it. But why do we always have to have some guy come in and carry the whole damn book and save the day? Is my question. Can she not kick this thing by herself, this Twitch streamer? And we know she can't because she doesn't have 2 brain cells to rub together in her whole noggin. But like, wouldn't it be cool if she didn't have to have the sandy-haired King come in?
Yeah, if it was her and Bree though, this whole book, I gotta be honest, listen, much love to my King Ash, but this whole book would have been the exact same if it was just her and Bree.
Yeah.
Would have been the exact same fucking book.
Well, we can't be friends because you're actually a slut because you're trying to sex my boyfriend. And it's like, why are we stooping to like the lowest level of like girl hate of just being like, well, you're jealous of my boyfriend, therefore we can't be friends. And it's like,
what?
Like,
also,
okay, I get your
gotta
teens,
confess,
but like
if your best friend in the world is that quick to believe that about you, girl, you had problems already. You had problems already.
Eric is the biggest dumbass I've ever seen in a book. I can't with him.
Are you guys like, is this a LARP thing? Okay, what?
I'll play along with it. It's fine.
What did you say to me?
What the fuck?
I know I play Magic the Gathering, but did you just ask me if I murder LARPing? What the fuck is that? That hit different. That was wild.
That was wild. Also, just like the pure like near murdering him in the bathroom was just like
the moment where she was like, I think he might still be a little mad at me for trying to stab him. I was like, girl, we need to reflect. Like, I can't. We need to reflect.
Like, why are you so much in love with this? She was a character. I probably won't forget her, but she was awful. Like, there was nothing good to her.
Okay, I probably won't forget her, but also, what was her name? Say it right now, quickly. Don't look. Vivian. What was her name?
The way I couldn't when you told me to. The way I'm not going to remember Vivian because there's nothing about her that, you know, the only things I liked about her were other living beings that were in her life. I like her man and I like her pet snake. Her, girl, you're a void in this whole damn story and it's about you. Like, what
truly
are we doing?
When they were playing the game and she goes, no, that's my room. That's my snake. I said, if something happens to this goddamn snake that I don't care about and don't like, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yes.
Hey.
When the moment when she was like, you watch my streams? I was like, Hey.
That's like my nightmare.
I was just gonna say, you can tell me if I'm wrong. But when I have somebody in my life who I'm interested in, and I find out that they've seen any of my online content, I want to burn myself alive. So not relatable to me to have her be excited that he watches her streams. I would be like, why? Where did you find them? Who told you about them? What are you talking about? This is insane. Like, I would freak out.
That was my doppelganger, actually. I've been possessed by a doppelganger.
They've been,
yeah. Like, it's just been somebody pretending to be me this whole time. They look really similar. Their eyes are just a little bit darker. It's really hard to tell. It wasn't me.
Yeah, so listen, good for her. Love the confidence. That's so good for her. Honestly, if a guy I liked even stumbled on these, I'd be like, you have to delete your channel, Alea. I hate to say it, but like, it's gotta go.
We've been very open and honest every live.
Yeah.
Like, like Austin doesn't watch these, so I don't have to worry about it. But like other people, if any like future dating people, they're never gonna know. They'll never know that this ever exists.
No. I'll tell my friends because I want you to get those views though. But if it was my own channel, I'd be like, nah, nobody needs to see. We're good on this. We're actually okay without all of that.
People at my work finding out is like my nightmare. I'm like, ooh, we don't need to talk about this actually. Like it's fine if you know, but like if you try to watch, like my mom all the time, she'll post it to her Facebook and I'm like, bitch, one, thank God these people don't care enough and are too old to understand what's going on. But also, Mom, I'm reading Shrek porn on the internet. You shouldn't tell your friends on Facebook.
Yeah.
That's very true.
I did and hey, again, being so open and honest, and I know nobody is watching this right now, 5 hours in, hopefully, fingers crossed, but I did a web
spoiled a lot
series
of
when I
book.
was
No one's here.
19. And then I found out that a guy that I liked was watching it and telling other people at the school I used to go to watch it to support me, and I was 18, so I was right about the same age as she was, and I gotta be honest, not I was so mad, I was so angry that was going on. It's just not why.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like, growing up, I watched YouTube my whole life. I watched so many of those lifestyle beauty guru girlies from when they were like 15 or whatever. And now they're like millionaire, ultra rich, ultra famous girls. And I could have done what they did. And there's so many moments where I'm like, I really wish that I started my YouTube channel when they did. Like, if I was there for the boom, like, imagine where I'd be now. And then I think harder about it and I go, if I was on the internet for people to not only see, but to archive forever when I was 16 years old, I would have to walk into the sea.
If I was on the internet for people to hear my 16-year-old opinions.
Yeah. It's like, where people are surprised when they get in trouble for saying the N-word on the internet. It's like, yeah. I wouldn't do that, but who knows? Like, I'll be honest, my Twitter still exists. Nobody find it. I've tried deleting things to the best of my abilities. It was a One Direction stan account. And it's embarrassing to say, but like, that's the worst somebody can find of my previous like internet happenstance. That and like some real depressed shit. Tumblr was a dangerous place, but it's just like, yeah, that couldn't be me like posting my life, vlogging my life back then. I did not have the conscience, fully developed brain to make those decisions, and thank God I didn't. Like, I couldn't imagine being on Twitch. Twitch is even worse than YouTube. Bad people fall, like, too much harm happens on Twitch. It's too dangerous for a child.
Where did the old man go? Why was he in the book?
Why was he not there when she was like, confessing? When she was like confessioning goodbye, why was he not in the chat? Like, he would be the first person there to be like, babes, you good? Like, what's going on?
If you introduce an old man in the first act.
If you try to pin a stalker on a guy on the internet, you gotta keep him.
Where was he? I've never wanted an old creep back so bad in my life. I was like, this is what?
Give me the attention. I want if we're gonna have this guy get introduced, have him be an obsessive stalker that's way too old for this teenager. Have that be another level of danger of like, is it this doppelganger or is it this creepy man stealing my clothes? Like have more attention. Give me more to be like, oh, what is what? Because like, once you find out it's a doppelganger, you're like, yeah, everything makes sense. Like, of course, she always seems so surprised when she's like, oh, I didn't talk to you. Oh, I didn't go to dinner. It's like, babes, you know somebody's being a copycat of you. Like, you know this. Why are you surprised every time?
Yeah. Also, every time this bitch threw her phone into the sea or some shit equivalent, and then was shocked when she came back and the phone was fucked with again. Like, it didn't happen every single time she didn't have her phone on her. Every time her phone was in the other room, this doppelganger was calling somebody else up. And then every time she put her phone somewhere, she was like, what? He called someone? What? Girl. What?
She was so stupid. And I'm going to be so honest. Like, the book itself is like a good 3-star. But if it was just like her, 1 star. Like, I would have hated this book if there wasn't everything else going on. Like, if it was just like her the whole time, like, her dialogue was bad. She was like, there was a little bit of self-awareness at the end of how self-absorbed she is. Like, she was kind of getting there by the end, but not enough to be like, epilogue, everything's fine and everyone likes me again. I'm like,
yeah,
no, I don't think that's how that would pan out.
It didn't really feel earned. Also, it was very funny to me when she was like, this girl couldn't be more than 16. And it was like, girl, you're like 18. What do you mean? Like, you don't get to be like, she's just a child. Like, she's your age.
Like, that was you last year. What do you mean?
What are you talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I did like the book. I know we're ripping on it again. I'm sorry, but didn't have a good time reading it.
That's
she is
how
a
most of our
character.
journey goes.
She is a character. Whoo boy. But you know what? I got what I asked for. And for that, Tatiana, I thank you. I did want her to suck and actually unapologetically suck, and she did. So, like, work.
She sure did. Oh my gosh. That was, yeah. She made decisions for sure. But if you scrub through the live, especially towards like the second half when I was reading it, you would see me so many times just be like, like, the amount of just exaggerated, like, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me right now, that I would do. Which honestly weirdly adds to the enjoyment of reading the book. I'm like, God, this bitch, every time, but I'm liking it.
Sometimes
I like to
also,
hate her.
I will say, I thought she was completely justified, and those seem to be the only moments where another character would be like, you suck. Like, the moment where she finds out, because you got into Luli, right? The crazy lady? Okay. When she goes to Luli's cabin, and Luli's like, yeah, you're basically fucked. And she's like, great. And then she's like, kind of mildly snippy to Bree, and Bree is like,
Just
wow,
being
great,
so
so you're just gonna
sarcastic.
act like that? It was like, okay, well, I'm dying, girl, so can I have a moment? Would that be okay?
Yeah. And for her to genuinely just, like, flip on their friendship so fast over, like, the smallest inconvenience, just be like, babes, yeah, of course she lied to you about killing her little sister. That's not, like, a normal thing you just tell your best friend.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of gossip a lot with each other about a lot of people.
Yeah.
I would not give you that ammo. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm. Well, yeah, especially after you immediately believed that I would sext your boyfriend and dump me and was like you were a complete asshole to me at school, and then you came back and you were like, I guess I believe you. I wouldn't be gearing up to like tell you the truth at that point, because like we saw how that went last time, and even when I was telling you the truth, you still didn't buy it. So why would I do that?
Yeah. So
Bree was
I wish
kind of a
that
lot of work.
Yeah, I wish Bree was a better friend.
Yeah.
And that Ash can stay the same. He's pure. He's good. I think
We
Eric
stand
was
Ash in defense.
truly, I think Eric was the best comedic relief. I'm just
Mhm.
having this bimbo walk around. He's so golden retriever. He's so sweet to Bree and cares so much for her, but he's so dumb. And I'm like, okay, Bree will do better when she goes to law school, but this is a nice high school relationship for her that she needs right now.
It also did
But
kind of make me laugh that she, like, Vivian was like, she's dating one of the only nice boys in school, and it was like, he kind of didn't seem that nice. Like, he kind of just seemed like a guy. Like, he was, like, he wasn't especially
yeah.
rude,
Also,
but he also
the
was just kind of
scene-
like some dude.
yeah, he's just
I was like,
good.
this is where you're gonna stuff work, I guess. Like,
We're teaching girls how to settle, and I don't like that. One of
ladies.
the scene where Vivian and Bree were coming back to the like lake house or whatever, they were Airbnb, and they thought that it was Eric and Ash talking in the living room through the window. I don't know why, but for the longest time I was reading it as it was Eric the whole time. And I was like, oh, we're gonna have a scene where they're gonna watch him not be a good guy and he's gonna cheat with Vivian, and they're gonna see it through the window. They're gonna be like, it's not actually her, so it's fine, best friend pass, but they're gonna find out he's like a scumbag or something. And that didn't happen. I was like, oh, we're just gonna try and attempt to murder him in the bathroom.
I thought that they were gonna do some fun thing where the doppelganger was gonna be able to like shapeshift and be Eric.
Oh yeah.
Like be someone else
Or
in the
even,
house.
like-
When like Ash came out, I was like, that's not Ash, no way. But then it just was. It was
Yeah,
like, oh.
it just always was who you thought it would be. They never played in, like, the password thing was so stupid. It never played out. It was like, why? Obviously, they're gonna figure out the password, but like, why didn't we do something fun and be like,
Well, and
is
also
this
she
free or is
said
this
it on
not?
the
Like, keep me on
phone.
my toes. Yeah,
She said it on the phone, so it wasn't even useful.
yeah. Way after the like, I see everything. I'm everywhere. I hear everything. Like that wall message. It's like, okay, bitch, you're so stupid. With all of my heart, I love you. You're dumb.
I will say also very funny when she was like, I guess she has the scar too. It was like, well, she was across the street when you did that, so she like literally just did, like, you saw her see you do that. Like,
Also, like, even if that wasn't the case, like, she's walked into your bedroom when you're sleeping probably a bajillion times to be like, all right, let's inspect. What's new? Like, if you had a hickey, they'd probably figure that out. Like, they'd do something.
also, it's a demon, babes. if she can just be you, I don't think a scar's that much work. Like, it's a demon, babes.
Yeah.
You probably put your hand on the mouse and she felt the scar and was like, "Work, got it." Like,
also, like, why your hand? Put it like under boob or something, like somewhere like in her thigh, somewhere they're not gonna see.
Well, she could just whip out her underboob. Ash was right there. That would have been a problem.
Titty out.
But just like somewhere like really hidden to be like, haha, they won't just see it on my hand.
Also, I will say, I did think it was very funny how they were like, hide in the closet so my mom doesn't see, and the first thing she does in the closet is start screaming at the top of her lungs. I was like, Viv.
Hey. I think that there is a healthy fear of closets, and I stand that being in a book. I think it's okay for a kid, a child, a teenager to be scared of their closet. The scene where like the closet kept stretching and she was like trying to run away from her baby sister calling after her.
Yeah,
that
was cool.
No, it kind of gave House of Leaves and just like the house expanding visuals, and I like that. But no, I think I would also probably scream if you shoved me into a closet.
I wanted more horror.
Yeah,
and less everything else. I'm
less followers talk. I hated the Twitch talk so much. Like, that's the reason that my enjoyment was low. Was just why? I understand that she's a kid and this is her dream and this is all she's ever wanted and she thinks it's going to make things better for her family. I understand the motives, but holy shit, I don't ever want to hear ever again someone be like, but my subscriber count, I had to do it for followers, I had to do it for views. It's like, oh my god, bitch, I get it. Like, I'm a YouTuber. I understand the thought process of it, but you don't have to talk about it this much. Like, unhealthy.
I also, the moment where the doppelganger is on her stream, titties out, and her response to that is like, maybe I should, was crazy.
Yeah.
But crazier than
the
that
other person
is the moment where the streamer is in a bikini doing jumping jacks and she's like, maybe I should do like squats or something. And I was like, girl, I don't know how to say that the exercise is not what's bringing in followers. Like, I don't mean to be this guy.
But also, like,
I don't mean to tell you this, but like,
undertone of judgment of being like, she has her boobs out. That's like, so like, she's just in it for the views. And it's like, babes, you too. What do you mean? No self-awareness.
Yeah. For someone who spent 45% of this book's runtime talking about how bad you need subscribers, I don't know if we can really judge other people for just doing what they need to do.
Yeah. And also just like the times that she does blow up is purple bikini top while playing a scary game and confessing to murdering her sister. Like, that's when she saw like the views skyrocket. And don't even get me started on the drama with the other gamer girl that like was older. I was like, that's an 18-year-old being mean, starting rumors about a child. What is going on?
It did make me laugh when she realized that the spam account was just her rival. She was like, I guess she did send it to me and I just ignored her, and so she sent it to me 54 times from an unknown email address because that was gonna help. Like, and then it worked.
Like, yeah, I get you're grieving your sister, so you're offline and you completely missed it. But if your nemesis disappeared off the face of the earth when you decided to get back online, that's the first thing you would be checking. The first thing you would do is go, where is she? Like, you wouldn't wait forever until you're like, oh, I'm so hunted and everything's bad. I guess I'll look into my nemesis. It's like, no, that is the first thing you would do coming back.
Yeah. It's hard sometimes. I mean, we talked about this when we talked about what is this book called? Legends and Lattes? Where I was like, I liked it less because I work at a coffee shop. So I'm interested to hear from you two if you think you would have liked it more if you didn't like exist in the online space in this capacity. If you didn't know as much about the reality of being a YouTuber as you do.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like books that are like about fame and YouTubers and influencers and stuff, but it's like I'm also not peak influencer, but I get enough of the behind the scenes to be like cringe because like as somebody in it, it's like I know it's incredibly cringy what I'm doing, and I hate myself most days for what I do, but also I enjoy it and it makes me happy, so we'll be cringy. But I also am like a more maybe unique on the front of I don't look at my analytics. I don't pay attention to how my videos perform. Like, the most I do is when I go to upload and I look at my content, I see like the likes, the views, and that's it. Like, I don't check anything beyond that. Like, you see on your dashboard the subscribers, and I'm like, cool, it went up, and then I like move on. So from that perspective, I'm just like, babes, this is bad for your mental health. Like, you need to just stop. Like, PSA to anybody who wants to be on social media, don't look at the analytics. It's so bad. Most people get burnt out from it. And so I think it's just more like a sympathy thing of being like, this poor child should not be thinking of these things right now. Like, she's going through enough. I think followers and views, the least of her worries.
Is that how you felt, Alea?
I don't think like me having a YouTube channel or not changes my feeling on the book, because I think either way, the amount of times that she brought it up is annoying regardless, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I get like wanting your stuff to do well and like trying to look at it and stuff. But the thing is, she's thinking about it in situations where it's like, this should not even be on your mind, you know? And if I was in that scenario, I would be like, that's not on any burner, front or back burner mentally. You know what I mean?
I think that's hard too, is a lot of people get content brain when they do it. Like, if you don't set up healthy boundaries for yourself early on in your social media career, it's so easy to be like, well, I can't, like, I even am guilty of it at times of being like, well, I can't read this book right now because I'm waiting to have the energy to film a video for it, or I can't do this thing because I want to vlog it instead. And so like, I get the content brain of being like, your normal mundane stuff turns into like, oh, well, can I film that? Can I do something with that? And then pushing that off. So I get into it, like, but even then it's like, I don't think of it that often. It's not like the content brain is so bad that I'm like, my every movement, I have to think about like, how will this perform?
Yeah. Well, because I know that like in our group chat, which is, I would say probably primarily to set up online stuff, it's still not really mostly what we talk about. Like, I don't find you two to be people who, like, in the day-to-day are talking about it very frequently, and, like, so, I mean, I don't know if that's because you're, like, adults and not children, but...
Could also be. I mean, I do have, like, a group chat with Daphne and Eliza, and Eliza stopped doing YouTube, but she does Bookstagram, and so, like, we'll talk about, like, content every once in a while, and, like, sometimes we'll plan sessions to be like, all right, let's talk about ideas to like keep the inspiration going or whatever. But even then, like, that's maybe 10, if not less, % of like our talking. Like, we talk all the time about books. Like, that's majority of our stuff. Or we'll talk about our personal lives. But every once in a while, like, you talk about content with other content creators. But even then, it's like, it's more like my content is an avenue to be with my friends. That's how I see it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I feel like a lot of the content stuff, like, it's in my own head, but it's also kind of different because Sam and I also have like full-time jobs too. So it's like, we're not content brain all the time, right? And there's a lot of times where I'm like, I'm too tired to be content brain. And like, my personal life is always like, not to say it's a dumpster fire and a half, but I have like so much other shit going on. Like all times, it's like, this is like kind of a small sliver. Like, I wish it could be more of my mental space, but at this point,
we'll work towards it someday. But for right now,
it's like
capacity.
It feels more like the fun thing I get to do when I actually have time to do it, and I really like doing it. But there's all these other things that have to kind of be priority over it, you know? And for her,
I guess to be fair, you're also not trying to pay off your parents' mortgage because you killed your sister, so...
Right. Well, and I'm also not, prioritizing Twitch streaming over, the livelihood of my young sibling. So maybe it's just because I have my priorities aligned properly.
I also will say, most of the, like, influencers that I know are very much like, this is a secondary or tertiary thing, like I am doing, like, and I don't think I, like, personally am tight with any, like, full-time influencers. So maybe it's different if it is like your full-time gig. Not that it should be, because I feel like I'm sounding like the oldest bitch on the block, but like, she has school. Like, do your homework.
Truly. Like, I don't know how parents are so chill to be like, yeah, so you can stream on Twitch, which already, like, if I in high school was like, secretly uploading to YouTube and my mom found out, she probably would have kicked my ass, being like, what are you doing? The internet's not safe. So it's wild that the parent, like, it's, I guess, cool that the parents are supportive of it, but like, I probably been like, you can stream when you're 18. Like, you can play games all you want. I think the conversation, and here's the thing, I don't know enough about this author. It seems like she does either play video games or maybe streams a little bit, but it's not her full-time job either. And so there could have been more discussion of like content brain and like, oh, well, I'm only playing this game for content and I'm not playing for fun anymore. And like, that could have been, you know, a bigger part of it. Be like, hey guys.
Briefly mentioned it when Brie was like, you remember when we used to play Stardew Valley and it wasn't for streaming? And she was like, yeah, that was kind of fun. Anyway, and like,
and then the epilogue where she's like, and now I just play for fun. And I'm like, you could have touched on this so much more, because this very much feels like, hey kids, you should start streaming on Twitch. You might get a stalker, but hey, it'll be so fun. You'll have a community. It's like, that's fun when you're an adult. That's terrifying when you're a kid.
Yeah. I know YA in all media would be so boring if we focused more on school. It is crazy how the older I get, the more I'm like, do y'all have math? Like,
where are your parents?
I don't like, and it's I was watching who was I watching? UnCarly just posted talking about the first season of Teen Wolf, which I've never seen. And like 4 times in that video, she's like, and just to clarify, he's failing chemistry right now, which is the only thing I could focus on. And I was like, that's how I feel, honestly, watching high school shows these days. I'm like, you have a test tomorrow. Like, you need to study.
That's how I felt with this too, where like she would doze off in class and just like wasn't paying attention. And like the teacher was like, hey. And I really wish there was more from that scene of the teacher be like, is your home life okay? Like, are you good? But instead it was, you have such lovely skin and there's cockroaches. And I'm like, what's going on right now? Like, what are we doing?
To interrupt that scene that actually was about to have substance with another fucking title drop, I was like,
you met your quota.
Like, got it. I also read the title of the book. What are we doing? And that didn't even come into play. If it came into play ever, at all.
Yeah. But also, like, why is the teacher, like, if the teacher's saying, you have such lovely skin, when she's not paying attention and she's focused on these cockroaches, why didn't we do something super creepy with the teacher? Like, that was the moment for, like, the teacher's skin to fall off and the demon be there, be like, sup, bitch? And, like, that'd be, like, a scary moment. But instead it was just, I said you could go. And then she leaves. And it's like,
great.
What was that?
And that was rough too, because I was reading and I was like, so was it a hallucination? Was it like the demon fucking with her perception? Was it, but like, it was so unclear because it didn't go far enough that I was like, so it was just a waste of 5 pages. What are we doing?
Yeah. Like, I was just confused by the end. I was like, what was the point? Like, it's nice that the teacher tried, but like, did she?
I guess.
Asking if your student's okay and then them totally like glazed over, not paying any attention, and you just talk at her for a little bit and you think she's good. Like,
also,
I'd be a little bit more concerned at that point.
I have to say, the terrorist threat.
What was that?
Okay, so that was crazy already, but the fact that she was like, I must have been hacked, I didn't, like, that wasn't me, I didn't do that, and they were like, we don't believe you, suspended for a week, and then Brie was like, we must have been hacked, we didn't do that, and they were like, got it, for sure, yeah, absolutely, Brie.
These cops really had it against her from the beginning, and I don't understand why. Like, she's, from what it sounded like, not so Japanese-American that, like, it's very apparent. Like, she's Yeah. It seems like he's so white passing that there's no reason for these cops to just be like, and we don't like this girl. It's like, I get it. I don't like cops. I get it. They suck. But like, they didn't do even a little bit of due diligence. Yeah. And I just don't get it. Hey, man.
I also... The scene where she's talking to the social worker and she's like, yeah, I lied, I made it up, and my dad actually doesn't abuse me, and they were like, okay, you're a piece of shit for that.
She was so mean about that.
Really weird. That whole scene
You're a
was
social
really
worker.
Weird.
Why are you being so mean to a kid who's clearly going through, like, if a kid is making up a lie for attention about their dad abusing and murdering somebody, like, you should probably investigate why that kid's so unwell. Yeah. Like, that's not a normal threat to make just for funsies.
And
obviously something's got to be going on.
I appreciate that she didn't believe her at first and was like, sweetie, it's a safe space, you can tell me. But I feel like she didn't really push that hard enough. And then Vivian was like, oh, I lied about it, actually, that didn't happen. And she was just like, oh, okay, then you suck. And I was like, I feel like if were I a social worker, I still would not believe her, simply. I would still think something was going on. I would not just be like, oh, well, you're just
especially with bruising on the nose. Like, clearly something happened.
And her excuse was, oh, that happened from something else, which is one of the crazy... I mean, I know it wasn't true,
even... I fell.
One of the craziest excuses I've ever heard in my life. Oh, that was something else. It was like...
That was something else. Unrelated.
Also, though,
I didn't even give us a ran into the door, just straight up said something else. And then everybody was like, got it, noted.
I would have been like, wait, so what happened to your black eye that you had earlier in the day?
Yeah.
Something's obviously not right. You don't have a black eye and then not have a black eye, then have a fucked up nose. Like, what happened to your face, brother?
Like, are you wearing makeup? And she was like, no. See? It was like, what? What's happening right now?
Honestly, I hated that whole middle part with like the terrorist thing and then the dad getting arrested. It was like, okay, can we get all this shit out of the way and just have like the horror? Because this is just like, what is happening here?
Also, like, the way that she went through what she put Ash through, because she labeled him as a school shooter, and so, like, the same thing happened to him of them, like, looking in his bag and, like, telling the parents. And she's just, I'm sorry, what I did was shitty. Like, you went through what he went through, and that was traumatizing for you, and you felt awful. And you barely give an apology. And he still likes you? He's too good for this world.
Well, I also, and again, we stan our King Ash here, but she didn't ever really lose everybody. At all. And, like, I really do think that, like, there was never a moment where I thought she was going to take the deal. Because she didn't really lose anything at all.
Yeah.
She lost popularity that she didn't really seem to have in the first place. Because everybody already thought she was a weirdo because her sister was dead anyway. So, like, we were introduced to her as, like, everybody's kind of keeping their distance. Let's go. Everybody's kind of keeping their distance. Everybody's already a little unsure about her. And then the school shooting thing happened, and it was like, it didn't really seem to affect her in any real capacity. And her parents were like kind of pissed, but they were still being decent parents. They were still feeding her. They still cared about where she was. And then Ash was the whole time totally on her side. And sure, Bree got stabbed, but that was like 2 pages. And then they were like, Bree's actually awake. She's totally fine. She got stabbed 11 times. She's watching your stream right now, though, girly. So what did she lose? What brought her to the brink of doing anything? Nothing at all.
Yeah, no, like, it was wild to me that her parents were so kind and supportive the entire time. And the second she, they lightly started putting their feet down, being like, hey, kiddo, what you're doing isn't cool. She's like, my parents hate me and I'm doomed forever. It's like, no, they're just a little concerned because you're doing some wild shit. Even if it's not you, it comes across like it's you. They're going to be concerned, but, like, they were nice the whole time. Like, they'd still
it didn't even feel like a level of mean that, like, I at 16 would have read as mean. I feel like I reading this book at 16 would still have been like, they're being pretty fucking chill right now. Like, my parents were significantly less chill about significantly lower level shit than that.
Yeah, no, like, my phone was taken away many a times because I didn't do the dishes. If I was suspected of wanting to threaten my school or sneaking out of the house or any of the other fuck shit she got up to, like, my mom would probably have locked me in my room for a couple months to be like, you're going, either she'd ship me off to my dad's and be like, good luck, go to military school, or, like, a mental health facility and be like, get better, babes. Like, I don't think my mom would just be like, I'm going to take your phone at night, but you can still have your computer privilege. Like, I understand their logic. They were nice parents, but my mom would not be that chill.
I slammed my door one too many times as a teenager, and that shit got taken off the hinges, bruv. I had no door for months until I earned that privilege back by learning how not to slam them. And it's like, okay, and that wasn't me accusing my dad of assault and murder.
Yeah, no,
that was me, like, rolling my eyes. And they took my door, dude. Like, the fact that they were just like, well, that wasn't very nice of you, honestly. Like, you should probably see a therapist. And she was like, no. And they were like, okay.
Okay. Please have fun streaming on Twitch, and you can have 2 hours of computer time and have your phone, but your computer's in your room, So
they let her go
she's
to
just-
a lake house with her friend the same weekend she accused her dad of murder. I was
Yeah.
like, what are we doing?
Absolutely wild shit. Like, I couldn't slam my door as a kid because we had carpet, so I had to force it to slam it just to be a little bitch. Like, no. Parents, I will give the author credit. They were involved. The parents were there.
Yeah.
They didn't just like, they weren't completely off screen in a way. They were somewhat involved, and I will say that's something.
Yeah.
Like, they were present.
Yeah, there was no where are your parents in this book. Unfortunately, there was why are your parents acting like because the same guy who wouldn't let her go to TwitchCon because there were a couple OnlyFans workers was fine when she accused him of murder. They painted him as like really strict in the beginning of the book, and then I was like, girl, he's barely even taking your phone. He's taking your phone for an approved set of hours sometimes when you're asleep.
And like, where did he go when she was like, so that accidental button was actually accidental water from the bath I left? Where did he walk away to in the garage? And was it just like to cool off? Like, what was he doing? Okay, because he like walks away and then he comes back and just like, come here, and like gives her a hug, and I'm like, what is happening? Like, my stepdad would have not been chill like that. He would have been slamming doors left and right. Like, he would have been pissed.
I was really expecting for that to be the moment she like kind of received consequences of like it was real quiet in my house for the next week, and then finally her parents sat down and were like, listen, we've thought about it, and like we still don't think it was your fault what happened, but like we need to talk about the fact that you are so far gone that you are lying about something as serious as killing your sister
to cover your ass so that you're not in trouble for it. It's like you should be in trouble for it.
And instead, immediately, it was just like, her dad took about 30 seconds. Her dad took long enough for her mom to say, oh, it wasn't me. And then her dad was back and was like, come here, kiddo. Hey, bring it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a wild scene. It was just absolutely crazy to be like, all right, and he left, and she was like, he's packing my stuff. Is he? Isn't your room upstairs? Like, what is he packing?
Yeah. Packing up your car, sis. Like, the fact that she, okay, that's also the thing. The fact that she was still allowed to have that car is insane.
The fact she never got caught for sneaking out either. Like, I will never forget the day. My mom, oh my god. So, I once upon a time, I went to a party. I had a boy stay the night afterwards, and my parents were asleep. We got back really late. He stayed the night, and my parents left for work the next morning. And so I get in my car with him to drive him home, and my mom turned around to come back to the house for something. Drive past each other down the street, and she texts me and she goes, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "Oh, my friend, well, he stayed at his friend's house down the street," which I did have a friend, like a couple of friends nearby. So I was like, oh, he stayed at his friend's house down the street and I'm just giving him a ride home. Mom, if you see this, sorry.
I one time broke curfew on accident because I was really good at curfew most of the time, but I like lost track of time talking to one of my friends who also was a guy, and realized my curfew was midnight. It was about 2:30 in the morning when I realized what time it was, and texted my dad and was like, not dead, coming home, you can kill me when I get there, sorry. And that man was waiting in the driveway when I got home.
Oh no.
And he walked up to my friend's car, and my friend rolls down the window and was like, hi, Mr. Bowman. And he looked at him and he went, your mom's probably worried about you, Josh. You have a good night. And I was like, ugh. So like, yeah, no, the fact that they never caught her sneaking out, I was like, bro, I messed up once, and he was outside the house. So when I did,
well, I got a story since we're telling stories. Listen, my parents are great. I really don't have anything bad to say about my parents. They're lovely people, but I had this ex-boyfriend who was a real piece of work, and I broke up with him because he was a total jackass. My dad knew about it because I was real upset after that, and so my dad took me out in the garage and got me a heavy bag and taught me how to punch things because I had some anger after that, as you might imagine. Anyway, just like years later, I was like home from college one summer, and this guy starts DMing me on Instagram, and he was trying to get me to sneak out of my house to go and see him. And I told my mom, I was like, hey, this guy, she knew him because he used to come over. I was like, he's been bugging me, and he's trying to talk me into sneaking out of the house. I just told her straight up because I didn't really want to go, but I just told her because I was like, isn't that ridiculous? You know what she told me? She looked me dead in the face, and she was like, he can walk through the front door just like everybody else.
You know, my parents were like that too. Like, they were
and my dad was there, and my dad goes, no, he can't.
My mom was the type that would host like backyard fires for my friends. Like,
yeah,
they were so chill. My mom was like, as long as your grades are good, go party, do whatever you want, stay out late, just like text me, make sure you're alive, update me on what's going on. But there were a few things that I'm like, she doesn't need to know this until she's much older.
I would say my parents were even relatively strict when I was in high school. Like, I had an earlier curfew than my friends. I wasn't allowed to watch R-rated movies until I was 16 or something like that. Like, they were pretty locked down. But even them, I was like, I don't know. I think sometimes when I read a book and a teenager is so resistant to talk to their parents about something, I'm like, it kind of seems like a skill issue. I'm going to be honest. Her parents did not seem bad enough for her to not want to tell. I understand not telling them that you killed your sister, but anything else, I was like, it just didn't quite track with me. And I guess them being like, well, you lie all the time. But I was like, again, kind of a skill issue. I don't know.
But also, maybe you lie all the time.
Yeah, if you lie all the time, then you kind of don't get to be like, I can't believe they don't believe me. Well, yeah, girl, you lie all the time. That's what happens.
Yeah. And it's also, this is a wild situation. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder to talk someone into, but you had a video of you on the roof, which I get you snuck out and maybe that would implicate you more, but a video of you on the roof and then a girl that looked pretty similar to you down on the street. And even though the cops thought it was a prank, you could probably show that to your parents maybe before, maybe I understand that situation was a little rough, but afterwards to be like, look, it's getting bad. It's very serious. Your parents would probably be like, well, yeah, if your best friend says that you didn't send those texts wanting to kill a boy, your ex-boyfriend, and you didn't actually there's no proof of a bomb anywhere. At some point you go, that does seem strange. This does seem like you might be targeted a little bit.
Yeah. Well, even if I feel like it was kind of this weird thing where I was like, you either need to come clean better or you need to stop talking to them about it, because that weird halfway, I'm going to kind of tell you one thing and then be like, well, you don't even believe me. Well, girl, you haven't told them the full story, so either tell them the full story or shut up and leave them out of it, because obviously this trickle truthing is not hitting.
Trickle
and I know she's 16, so it's whatever, fine, but in my experience as a teenager, I would either tell my parents the full thing going on or not tell them any of it.
Absolutely. My mom and I are best friends. I was so open and honest with my mom about most things, but there were a lot of things that I was just like, and I'm not going to tell you this. And I didn't start telling her until I was moved out of the house. I was probably 24 when I started confessing some of the things that happened in high school. I was just like, some things you don't want to tell your parents, and that's fair and fine.
I think that's natural. I think that's perfectly fine.
At the same time, maybe you pick and choose the right things that you want to share, and you don't just half-truth it, because that's when it gets dangerous.
Not me encouraging kids to lie to their parents, because I actually don't think it's a good call, but if you tell your parents 97% of the truth, they will not assume there's another 3%. They'll just think you tell them everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
true.
And also,
what are we doing?
The things that I kept from my mom were harmless for the most part, or harm done to me. That it's just gonna break her heart to be like, my daughter went through a thing and I couldn't do anything about it. That's not really worth the discussion. But me going out and things that happened, she knew when I was doing a lot of drugs. I was so open and honest about all of those things, and she was like, "Thank you for telling me. As long as you're safe, it's fine." There were just a lot of discussions, and so she didn't feel the need to pry further into my life.
Yeah.
Well, and also I will say, and this is something that I actually do feel pretty strongly about. I do think for the parents, saying we're gonna send you to therapy, I don't think is very effective in any case.
Oh, my mom tried that on me.
And I think if you really think your kid needs therapy, you need to admit that you need family therapy. Put your money where your mouth is and go to.
Yeah,
I mean this so sincere. This is not even like a bit or facetious or anything. If you think your kid needs therapy that bad, you all need to be in therapy. You need to figure out what's going on because the problem doesn't just start with them. That's a 16-year-old kid getting a family therapy. And the fact that they were just like, we're going to send you off to get your shit figured out. It was like, well, girlie, you lost a child. So you're clearly going through it too. And none of us are talking about it. We're all just pushing that under the rug. She's the only one who needs therapy. Work. Got it. Like,
yeah.
That doesn't work for me.
I was a very depressed middle schooler because we didn't have the language for things like depression and anxiety. Like, I didn't know I didn't understand anxiety for the longest time. We didn't have language for it back then.
Yes.
And I will never forget when I was really going through a lot. And my parents were in couples counseling for a while. And my mom forced me to go to their therapist, who was a licensed therapist, I think, but it was at her house. She had like 7 cats. And I remember nothing but the first session. Like, I've completely blocked anything else that's happened. But I remember after the first session, she's like, so I can tell your mom what happened, you're right. And I think that's why I blocked everything out after that. Because I was just like, well, I can't trust you because you're going to tell my mom things. So I didn't do therapy after that. Didn't last long. But I completely agree that it's like, yeah, my parents being in therapy, probably not just working on themselves, but also, probably talking shit about kids, which is fair and valid. They had a lot going into a relationship. They needed the therapy, and I think they still could. So I think family therapy, not a bad idea.
I think, listen, I think everybody should be in therapy because I just think it's sick and I love therapy. But like, like if you feel strongly enough that you think you are going to send your child to therapy, then clearly there's a lot of stuff going on that you don't know about, which means that you need to go to family therapy to work on your communication skills with your child. And B, there's probably a lot of stuff that they don't know how to tell you because they don't feel comfortable with that. And perhaps a mediator, a neutral party, would assist them in being able to talk through some of these things with you without feeling like they're going to get their ass beat.
Yeah, because forcing a kid to go to therapy to talk to a stranger by themselves when they're
Crazy.
Also don't have the language for it and don't understand the world, unhelpful.
Nope.
Like, it doesn't help at all because you go, well, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here.
Well, and then your two options as the parent,
want help.
Your two options as the parent are either break the kid's trust and have the therapist be like, so I can tell your mom all this, right? Or you still don't know anything, King, so we're not any better off. Now they've just told a stranger something. They still don't know how to talk to you.
And the stranger tells you things like, write a letter to your dad and then throw it away. And you're like, wow, thanks, babes.
Yeah, awesome.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, I completely agree. And I don't think parents, obviously I'm not a parent, so I can only go based off of what my parents are like, and that's a small sample. But they don't really want to own up to their shit. Right? They don't want to own up to their shit. They don't want them. They don't want to be like, well, it's my fault that things happen. It's my responsibility of my daughter being so mentally ill. It's like, not entirely your fault, but you do have a hand to play in it.
Yeah.
And you didn't know back then because we didn't have...
Actions and reactions don't exist in a vacuum.
Yeah. And it's like, kids don't have the language to explain things already. Even if they're not worried about getting in trouble, they just don't understand things. Like, I could not have ever expressed anxiety until much, much later. And I've had it my entire life and I just never knew. And it explains so much of my life now. But like back then I was like, I'm just a freak little kid. Like, I don't know how to communicate these things.
Okay, here's some tea. I used to throw up before, if I had a test at school, I would throw up that morning without fail, to the point that my parents would still send me to school when I was throwing up because they were like, there's like a 90% chance you just have an assignment you forgot to do. Like, they would just straight up send me to school. And they knew that was going, and I mean, I I'll give them the grace. They were young, they were whatever, like, I'm 28 now, I would already have a 2-year-old. That's insane. Yeah. But
mental health isn't what it is.
It's
what it is now.
Early 2000s, none of us knew what the hell we were talking about.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like it's like you know pretty early on, because that was like 4th, 5th grade, and they were already doing that. So it's like, you know pretty early when something's kind of fucked up with your kid.
I think also everyone was so scared that their kid was going to be autistic that they were like, sorry, if you're just a little bit off, like, I don't want to get that figured out just in case, because autism is the worst thing to ever happen to a kid. Yeah. And so I think a lot of it was like, well, we're not going to try and diagnose a kid with anxiety because what if? And so there was just not, like, the mental health was just, no, we're not doing that.
But also, can I say, we were girls, they were never going to fucking
Yeah,
they were never going to say it was autism. We were girls and we didn't like trains. Like, you know what I mean? It was never going to happen for us.
To this day, trying to convince my mom that I have ADHD. She just won't believe it. I'm like, hon, you know that's genetic, right? Like, I don't think it came from my dad. But she refuses to accept it.
Wild to get a diagnosis and look at your parents and be like, I know exactly where this came from, and one of y'all needs to get
That's what happened with my potato allergy too. The doctor was like, it's genetic. And I was like, I know for a fact that's from my mom. And she loves to just eat whatever she wants. And so she refuses to go and get an allergy test because she doesn't want to know. Garbage. And my dad, who I know it's not from, stopped eating potatoes because he was like, it might be me. It's not you. And we all know it.
No, my mom is the same way. Like, she just recently, because she went through like a dietitian thing, found out that she's slightly allergic to egg yolk specifically and milk. That bitch drinks milk every night for dinner, like with dinner. And I'm just like, hon, you're making the decision. Like, I don't know how else to. I love my mom to death. She is my best friend. But oh my God, alcoholics are wild with their decision making.
The older generation's ability to be like, if I simply don't acknowledge it, it's not happening. And it's like, well, no, it's just like harder. Like, go off, I guess.
You're just coping, but like, okay. Yeah. Wild behavior. Love parents. They're so cool. Love and light.
Wild when you're like
all of our parents who are great.
There's no trauma ever.
You get something from your parents' gene pool and your doctor's like, this is genetic. And you're like, which one of you did this to me?
I think I also have like the disadvantage of I don't know my dad and his side of the family very well. But my mom loved to threaten me all the time growing up. She's like, Sam, if you have too many sweets, you're going to be diabetic like your grandma. It wasn't until I was maybe in high school when I learned that my grandma is not blood related to me at all. She is my grandma by marriage.
That's actually so funny.
Whoa.
Yeah. Also, it's the same grandpa who my family tree is so fucked up. My grandpa who's married to this grandma, he is my mom's stepdad.
Okay.
And so my cousin all the time would be like, well, he's not your real grandpa. So I'm not blood related to him either. Like, none of it makes any sense. But little baby.
That's like saying your neighbor. Like, that's not
That's actually so funny.
Wild behavior. But for the longest time I was like, well, I can't have too many treats from the treat bucket because I might get diabetes like my grandma. I think that's like actual warfare, like mentality. Like, my mom just like used war crimes against me, so I wouldn't eat too much sugar.
Oh my God.
I don't know. The parents in this book, I'm flip-flopping because I do think they were nice, but I also think they were deeply ineffective as parents in like basically every capacity. So like, how far does being nice take you, you know?
Yeah, and also like, it's fine if they're nice, but like, you didn't even show us them grieving. Like, obviously they're working and stuff, but like, they lost their toddler a couple of months ago, and you're not going to show me like them being an absolute fucking mess. Like, you're kidding.
Yeah. I did kind of appreciate in the final climax, basically she like almost succumbs and she's like, you know what, I think I do deserve to die. And then what stops her is her being like, but my parents actually don't deserve to lose both kids. And I was like, that kind of hits. I kind of wish we had gone into that more, because that was a moment where I like genuinely was like, whoa, okay, like this is sick. We're doing something here. But again, it was like a half a page, and then it was like, all right, anyway, now I'm an indie game designer. I was like, okay, work.
It just, this book could have gone deeper in so many ways, because like, I get that sentiment entirely, being like, yeah, I'm suicidal, but don't worry, Mom, I would never do it. And it's not like the implication of like, to you, like, I would not do that to you.
Yeah.
But like, if you weren't my mom, or if there were different terms, like, who knows? Like,
yeah.
But yeah. That's always so fun.
I think,
like, no.
I think that was, there were some compelling things going on in this book that I just feel like we pushed aside to deal with a lot of stuff that I didn't care about.
To make it more YA, and maybe because it's a debut, they didn't want to really push the topics of things, just in case like it became too like, oh, well, now it's having too much discussion for a child to have.
As someone who just read all of the Hunger Games books again, though, I'm gonna call bullshit. I really am.
But also,
Like, John Green has never been more right in his life than when he was like, stop thinking that teenagers are stupid. Stop talking down to them. They are not stupid. Knock it off.
Middle grade is the same way. It's like we can have real discussion in a middle grade book. But I do think there's also an issue of media literacy right now. And a lot of people who are getting back into reading, or just kids don't fucking read in this country anymore. Like, they just don't. And if they do, it's graphic novels, which are getting highly banned. And that's, big discussion for maybe another day. But I do think that there's a big issue of like, well, publishing sees that kids are reading less. And so now they're just trying to make short, tasteful things that are just like full action just to get them to do something, maybe. But
but this wasn't even action. This was like a lot of talk about subscribers. Maybe that's what the kids are looking for these days.
Did you know that, like, if you ask kids, like, the most dreamed job right now is being an influencer?
Yeah.
Like, that was my dream job as a kid too, but I was more in like middle school when that was a thing. Now it's like toddlers who like know how to use phones and are on social media like YouTube and Twitch way too young, and like that's their dream. And I'm like, oh, we're fucked. Like, society's doomed if everybody wants to be a Twitch streamer and famous YouTube person. Like, sorry to say it to you, you all can't be famous. Like, that's just not how that works. They don't understand the luck.
I really think that people underestimate the amount of real tangible skills are required to be good as an influencer. And not to be like, influencers make it look so easy, but they kind of do. Because, like, I mean, like, even with your guys' videos, like, the amount of editing, the amount of skills that you have to simply record, edit, upload a video. Like, those are skills. And on top of that, you also have to be funny and charming and smart enough to talk for 20 minutes about something. Like,
yeah, you have to have something to say.
Yeah.
You can't just do things.
Yeah.
And also, it's purely luck. Like, it's a luck game. It's truly just like a numbers thing. It's like, all right, be consistent. Hope people like you.
Yeah.
That's all. That's the best you can do. Like, you might get lucky and go viral, but like, chances slim. Like, it's just not. That's just not how this works. Like, it's hard work. These poor kids. They're doomed.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm still giving the book a 3, but it's teetering.
Yeah. It's still absolutely wild to me that these parents are like, yes, you can be a Twitch streamer at 16. Like, it's just so baffling to me.
I agree.
I think
it's
monitoring.
Like teetering for me, 2.5 or 3. The thing is, I've actually read some books this year where I'm like, oh, that was a 2. And this doesn't feel like that. Because I've read some doozies this year where I was like, well, that was trash monkey garbage on Kindle Unlimited. I'm so glad that I read that. So I'm kind of like, it wasn't there, but it wasn't more than a 3.
No, the more we
I don't
talk
think
about
I've read a
like,
5-star book
pretty
this year.
3. I haven't. I've had like 4.5s. I've had rereads that are 5s, but I haven't had just like a 5-star book. And keep in mind, I've read 4 books this month, 5 now. So I'm not reading right now to begin with, just because of work. But yeah, no, I want to read so many things, but I just can't, and it's breaking my heart.
Yeah. I've found though, and I don't know what it is about this year, but this year I don't think I've had a 5-star experience with media this year. I've watched a decent amount of TV shows, I've watched a decent amount of movies, I've read a decent amount of books, and I think all of them I've kind of been like, all right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm just picking bad this year. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah, I feel like everyone's just kind of in a bit of a life slump with what's going on around us. Like, the world is truly on fire, and I'm just trying to get by while still, like, Austin and I were talking about it. He's like, and I was like, yeah, I watched a little bit of politics stuff today, and he goes, why? And I go, I want to be informed of what's happening around me. And I started explaining, like, book bannings and how that's, like, obviously something that directly affects me. And he's just like, but, like, why do you consume it if it makes you sad? And I go, because I want to be informed of what's going on in the world around me, because I have compassion for it. And he's like, but you're not doing anything about it. And I'm like, I have a YouTube channel where I talk about books and I can relate books to things happening. Like, that's not doing anything. Like, awareness isn't doing something.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a tough conversation to be like, I'm happy that you can blissfully live in ignorance, not knowing what's happening, but like, I simply am not that person. But also, my mental health is deteriorating in lifetime.
Yeah. I know. I
Not to
feel that
mention,
too.
I'm in tax season. I'm working 100+ hours in a pay period, which is like already too much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
there is a cat trying to get
bum everybody out.
up on the back of my chair.
No, it's.
No, you're totally right on.
It's fair.
I feel like it's been really hard to just read and like even create videos or any of that when there's all of this other going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would not have finished this book or any book if we did not sit down and just be like, hey, Sam, you're reading today. Like, if this didn't happen, I wouldn't be finishing books right now. And I think that's kind of why I'm like, that's a 3.5. I had so much fun. Even though I'm shitting on it, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like being able to sit down with other people and be like, no, for this time we're gonna do the thing.
Yeah.
Because I've been trying to read a bunch of stuff. I have so many videos that I'm in the middle of right now. I have so much footage on my laptop. It's not even funny. But
I can't
be able to sit down and focus to edit it.
Yeah.
It's not there. It hasn't been there for like 3 weeks at least. 4 weeks.
Yeah. No, I'm the same way. Like, I started editing yesterday and I think I got like 5 minutes and I said, I can't do this. Like, looking at my low energy self because I was in a bad place filming wise, and now I'm like not in a better place editing wise. I'm like, I can make this video fun and snappy. Not right now. So I'm just like, well, okay.
I honestly feel like people's seasonal depression is like shifting.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this winter I was fine. I was actually doing pretty damn good all winter. And then like a month ago, I was like, ooh, I'm not fine. Like, I find that pretty bad.
February and June are usually my worst mental health months.
Yeah.
And sometimes October, which is depressing for me because I love October.
Yes.
But I feel like often like the time where the seasons start to change, that's when I notice really myself just like significantly like going through it. But also like that's just depression. I think I can't tell what's seasonal anymore and what's just like depression.
Yeah.
I was talking to my sister the other day because I was like, yeah, I don't know, like I just can't watch movies, I can't like watch TV, like, because my sister was like, do you want me to leave the room, like would you start watching your TV show if I left the room? And I was like, honestly, probably not. I'm probably just gonna sit here and scroll through YouTube and not pick a video for like 3 hours. My sister was like, do you think maybe you're depressed? And I was like, nah. I'm fine. And then I thought about it and I was like, maybe, you know what, there might be some truth to that. Perhaps
I've started Austin on Fantasy High, and I kid you not, most nights when I get home I go, because he's also very depressed right now for vastly different reasons, but like we're both mentally going through it, so us being in a room together is really hard. He left for his parents today and I'm like, thank fucking God. It's hard when you're in a relationship with someone who's also depressed, because it's like, okay, I'm not well, but because you're a little bit worse, I have to like overcompensate to like make it a little bit balanced, even though I don't have the spoons to do it. But most nights I'm like, so do you want to watch an episode of Fantasy High and then go to bed? And that's what's getting me through life right now, is just rewatching that. I started Burrow's End for like the bajillionth time.
Go off.
That's all I can do. Like, I can't focus on audiobooks. YouTube, I'm mostly caught up on everything, and I love booktube, but right now it's not hitting. And I'm just like, I can't. Sorry, guys.
I did play D&D yesterday, and I was actually so glad because I cried during the session, and I literally was talking to one of the guys I played with afterwards, and I was like, I haven't cried in like 6 sessions at D&D, and I don't think I realized how like much I actually needed to do that at D&D, because when I did, I left and I was like, I feel amazing right now. Like, I feel the best that I've felt in like a month and a half.
Yeah. That's where I've been at lately. It's like coming home from work and being like, all right, I'm gonna cry for a little bit and we'll be fine again tomorrow. I took Monday off of work because I was like, I can't keep doing this. Like, 50+ hours a week is a lot for someone who's normally working 36. At our busiest time, where clients are yelling at me because they're not getting good refunds. It's like, babes, I have no control over the IRS.
That's above my pay grade.
Yeah. I'm just like, I just do a job, and this is my second year doing taxes. Like, please be nice to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's brutal.
Honestly, the customers at my work have been really nice lately, which has been awesome because I think if I got hit with a single rude customer in the past month, I would have lost my job.
Yeah. I think that a lot of people are like, all right, we're going to focus on community and like being nice because things are bad. But I swear to God, every time I open somebody's questionnaire and they check, yes, they want to donate $3 to the presidential campaign, I want to throw my computer out the window. I'm like, no, I'm not going to let you do that. Actually, sorry. Like, I'm going to leave it at no. Fight me.
I had a day, it was like 3 days ago or something, where fully, I don't know what was hitting. I had cried like 3 times on the clock, like had just gone in the bed. And like, it wasn't even a bad day. I was just like bawling. And like, a friend said something that, I'm gonna be so honest, wasn't even mean, but I was taking it so personally that like, it was just, I was like, oh, he hates me, like
Yeah,
freaking
been
out.
there.
So I'm standing there on Hotbar fighting for my life, and a customer came up, and she was like an older lady, and she went, "Excuse me," and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the moment." And she looked at me and she went, "Are you always so happy? I just feel like every time I walk in here, you're just like smiling so much, and just sometimes you really have to choose joy. So just keep being you, okay?" And I lost it.
Yeah. I
Bawled
love
my
nice
eyes out.
people. I
Yeah, it was
love when
great.
we
It
have
was
nice
really
people.
awesome. So I feel
I
like
love
people
when
have
people
been
are
really
like,
cool.
yeah, I love when people are like, "Can I talk to Sam about my taxes?" And I go, "Oh no, they're gonna ask me questions that I have to like perform." The amount of like performing I have to do at a job now, where it's like, okay, I have to talk to a lot of different people about a lot of things. I have to like turn on. The introvert in me is dying,
Yeah.
but when they just like, "Thank you so much for doing our taxes," like they're just so nice. One lady, they sent us crumble cookies just because they're so nice every time, and I do their taxes, and I'm like, "Thank you so much." Because this is truly like what I need. Like I had a phone call with a lady and she wasn't even mean. It was just like an exhausting phone call because she didn't understand taxes and I'm trying to explain it and she's upset about it. And I'm like, I don't know how to fix your problems. I just do a job. And so I go into the bathroom and I start crying. And everyone's like, "You can go home." And I'm like, I think if I go home it'll get worse. Like I think I just need to push through the workday, but not talk to anybody.
Yeah. I did. This is a tangent, but it made my entire day. I have a customer. He's a regular, and I probably shouldn't give too many identifying details about him. He is recently going through a divorce, and I gotta be honest, I really, really did not like his wife. I really did not like his wife. He's a very nice guy, and his wife was not the same. And so he's getting a divorce, and all of us are kind of like, "Yes, bitch, let's go."
I had that same
And
experience recently.
he came in the other day,
divorce,
and I was
I
like,
said,
"Dude, I
"Good
feel
for
like I
you."
haven't talked to you in a while. Like, how's it going?" And he looked me dead in the eyes. He's like 50 or something. He looked at me and he went, single and mingling." And I was like, "Yes, let's go."
That's so funny. I love it.
So
I
we
don't know
love
what
that
it
for
is
him.
about, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I didn't know these people. And so the wife could have been the problem. I truly don't know. But she said she got divorced September 24, and I said, "You go, bitch." And the whole time I'm filling out her return, I'm like, "Good for you." As if I didn't know any of the details. And I told my coworker Erin, and she was like, "But what if the wife was the problem?" I go, "Good for her then. She got out of a relationship with a nice guy. She can be herself."
Honestly,
I was like, I don't know. I'm supporting this woman right now through
yeah.
whatever it is. This is what I
Sometimes
need.
you just gotta grab on and be like, "I have to assume you're not the problem. We have to be happy for you in this moment."
Yeah. Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah, so life is fun.
I-
It's so cool. Yeah, no, like I mentioned when we started, I started watching what is this called?
Temptation Island.
Temptation Island.
That's
Yeah.
a title.
And it's 4 couples that go onto this island with 24 singles. Opposite genders live in different villas and they're just like dating people. And then they have bonfires to show like what their partners got up to on their dates and stuff. And I'm just like, you're setting up for failure, but the drama I started okay, side tangent for reality TV. I started watching Love Island UK because everybody loves it.
Yeah.
And there's like 50 episodes. I'm like, cool, this will get me sat. I started on season 5 because everyone's like, this is the best season. It's the most iconic couples, blah, blah, blah. It's so cringy. Like, I don't know how Netflix finds the right people that just are good on screen, that are just captivating. They're entertaining to watch. Love Island is so cringy. I'm like, one guy just started singing to another guy, The Climb by Miley Cyrus. And I was like, I can't watch this. I didn't want to crawl out of my skin. It was so uncomfortable. I don't know how Netflix does it.
I sat down wrong and my back hurts because I'm getting old.
Oh, no.
That face. Woo!
Honestly, I've been trying really hard to avoid reality TV because I'm like, it's gonna turn into my whole thing, and I'm like, I can't, because like I know if I let myself slip into like watching Love is Blind for the first time, it's game over for me. So I'm like, I would rather truly scroll through Netflix and not pick a single thing than land on Sexy Beasts. Like, I can't do this.
Yeah, no, that has kind of been where I've been at this like whole year, basically. Like, I reorganized my office and I'd watched all seasons of Too Hot to Handle.
Yeah.
Like, that's all I did. So Netflix reality TV is really getting me through my darkest periods of time right now. But I'm also like insufferable about it because I'm like, oh, no one's gonna talk to me about this. Love is Blind season 7 was so depressing. The reunion show was ass. They didn't target any of the guys who were just like absolute trash, and almost all of the relations fizzled because all of the men are conservative. Like, that's why the relationships bombed, because the women are like, yeah, no, I care about like Black Lives Matter and like, you know, I'm more left leaning, and the men were like, oh, we're not going to talk about politics. Actually, I don't want to reveal my cards. And all of them are conservative. And that's what reality TV dating is now.
Listen, I get why you would lie, because you don't want to reveal that you're the worst person on earth and end up single for the rest of your life. But if you have to lie about something as like serious as your like moral convictions to get somebody to date you, maybe examine. And also, Netflix, if I don't feel like that's fun drama. Like, I feel like at this point we should screen.
Yeah.
Because like, and I'm not saying like no conservatives allowed on like, you know, like that's
just
insane,
need to be
but
like different shows.
Yeah,
like a conservative season and then a Democratic season, and like we can kind of like, you know,
or just have a mix. Like, don't have all one or all the other.
Yeah, I mean, Love is Blind is technically a mix, but they're nice guys in pods, so you would never know until you're out. And then, like, one of the couples specifically, she was like in the pods talking to a Christian guy, and she's like, I really care about like Black Lives Matter. My sister's gay, so I really care about queer rights and stuff. And he's just like, yeah, I guess you'll guess the race immediately. He's never really had to think about it. It's never really been an issue for him, so he's not really like up to date on what's going on. And this is like Memphis, so Black Lives Matter was like rampant. Protests were happening all the time. It's like for you to be like, yeah, I just don't have to look into it. Like, I just, you know, I don't know.
I also do have to say though, like, if I heard that, I wouldn't be like, well, he's just uninformed. I'd be like, well, clearly we're not compatible. If you are uninformed in this day and age, you're stupid or a racist or both.
Yeah, and like that's gotta be so intentional to like.
Yeah, you can't be uninformed at this point. I don't understand.
But then, he basically said something. It didn't go well with her. They separated for a little while. They came back. He apologized and he says, "I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be educated." Like, basically now she has to. She's a white woman, so she's gonna like educate him or whatever. They get out of the pods. They're dating. Things are fine, but as long as they never talk about politics. And like, she started going to his church. She's not religious. She's very like, I'll go to church with you because it's what you want, but it has to be like a cool church because, again, her sister is gay in a sapphic relationship. Like, obviously that's going to be important to her. And he's just like, well, yeah, I don't really know where my church stands on that, to be honest. And like, I think they're pretty accepting and whatnot. And then she finds a recording from a previous sermon or whatever where they were like, yeah, if your kid's gay, it's basically bad and like punishable, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, yeah, so that's like not accepting like you told me. And so then they didn't get married. She left him at the altar. But the fact that she made it to the altar was baffling. And his excuse was, oh, well, you know, I don't go to church every Sunday. And sometimes I miss them. And I don't always listen back to like the, I guess, podcast or whatever it is. And she's just like, I guess I just must have missed that one. And she's like, I'm going to call bullshit on that, actually. And I give her respect for that. The men in that season were so bad. But yeah.
Ooh.
That's reality TV now. It's like you can't even escape it. It's just like reality TV is bad people.
But hey,
What?
at least we got F-Boy Island season 3 to watch.
Yes.
We got F-Boy
Dimension
Island
20.
and we got books to read.
True.
We got some
Yeah,
books.
we got a big list.
We need to. Okay, I'm taking the train, Sam. I'm putting it back on the track. Okay, fabulous. What are we reading next for Buddy Read? Are we doing Chouette? Are we doing?
Can we?
We
Is that
certainly
okay?
can. Absolutely,
I'm
it's
so down.
okay. Down for that. I've been needing to read that for so long. Plus, it's adult, which I think we need
Yes.
something that's not YA horror.
Yes, it's adult and it's like
Mhm.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Yes, beautiful cover. You should look at the
I will be
cover
ready.
of Clara Shetsky's other book too, because I think
Yeah.
that also was a very pretty cover. But it's
Love
good.
it.
It's I don't honestly, it says it's like domestic horror. I think it leans more drama. I think if you go in expecting a horror, you probably will not have as good of a time with it.
No, it's fantasy magical realism, then horror, literary
Incredible.
fiction, contemporary.
Yeah, I would
So-
say fantasy magical realism fits more succinctly.
Based off what you told me, like
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like an
It's
owl
cool.
impregnating a woman in her dream.
Yes.
Very Adventure Time-esque.
Yes.
But real life.
I will say I do think it's extremely funny if you look at the author's Goodreads profile. I believe Clara Shetsky uses they them pronouns, but I'm not positive on that. But they have a thing where they're like, yeah, a lot of people ask me if like the baby in Chouette is like an allegory for a trans kid or an autistic kid or an autistic trans kid, and what I have to say is it's an owl.
I love
Here,
that.
Honestly,
And
it's
if
so
you
real.
interpret that to be different, then like that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
No,
Oh my god, it made me laugh so hard.
Okay.
It's
Two
actually so-
Goodreads rants. One, I would love for the author bios to start having pronouns because I don't like having to Google outside of their little bio to find out what's up with them. Two, I can't stand, and this is like a really weird personal beef because of like my own tracking system, but I can't stand when the author bio is in first person. Please, third person, I would like to see your pronouns and how you use them in a sentence.
So that is how I found out that Clara Shetsky uses they them is because it said they live in wherever they live with their husband.
Not
and I was
anymore.
like, oh, I've learned something today. So
This is all in first person now.
Yeah.
They updated it or something because it's terrible. But
no, it's I do not like first person bios either.
no, it's weird.
Agreed. Okay, so we'll do Mating with the Mantis and Verity next month, which we're all really excited about that. And then
I
we'll
gotta get my hands on Mating with the Mantis. I gotta do this. I gotta focus in.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, we've been on for like over 6 hours.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I'm not kidding. So, love y'all, but we need to go probably eat.
Fair.
Fair.
Thanks for
Fair
hanging
and
out with me this long.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with Richie and I this long.
Both of you read incidents around the house at some point and we can discuss.
Yeah, that could be, add it to the list. That would be
Yeah.
another good, honestly.
It is
Shoot a text so I remember that is a title that exists.
Cool. Okay. That sounds rad. And I already have the next live show booked because I was on my shit a few weeks
I
ago.
saw that.
I saw.
So
that's how
booked.
I knew what time and day things were. And I put it in my calendar. I was like, Alea said this and this is where it's going.
I was like, did I tell them this or did I just book it and then just hope that they know what's happening? That's why I texted
Fully
last
booked it.
night and I was like, it was like midnight and I was like, great. So it's 2 a.m. Richie's time and I just hope that they know what's happening and I'm not just out here pushing buttons and scheduling shit and they're like, have no idea.
Yeah. No, I saw the lives and I said, perfect.
Yeah.
Putting it in my calendar is that.
I check your channel often enough that I was like, oh, I'm doing live shows those days. Great.
I'm super good at communicating.
It works
Hey,
for me,
it works,
honestly. As
yeah.
long as I know the day, I can go to my D&D group and be like, don't try and schedule it on a Sunday this week, bro. Don't even do that to me. So.
Rad. Okay, I'll start looking at the calendar for Chouette just because it's helpful if I book them out so we all know what's happening
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
can
do it.
schedule properly.
Yeah, I usually will kick Austin out around the time. I'm like, hey, make yourself scarce. I don't care what you do. Just like don't be home. I need to talk shit with my friends.
Yeah. Okay. Well, love y'all. Thank you, anybody who's still watching for 6 hours.
Yeah,
thank you to anyone who popped in, even for a second. That was great.
Fun and fresh. All right. Well.
All right.
Adios,
Bye,
everybody.
See you.